board. Come by me. Say we ready to party. Okay.
Brand new music from Zan and Dana Roberts.
And we having a ball. Come by me. And we ready to party.
For Carnival 2023, it's called We Reach. Welcome back here on the Street 919 FM, high on the live wire. And you just heard Pastor Job doing his thing. So I'm going to be just taking you up, easing you up to the 12 o'clock hour. At which time, like I said earlier, we're going to be having the major network news with Vanessa Thomas. And that's going to be followed by the Peace Treaty segment that we have. And then I'm going to be back to take you all until 2 p.m. Keep it here for that. I will be taking your phone calls. We're going to be at some point in time discussing something salient. Nothing hard, nothing difficult, but something very interesting. Gonna shout some people out, and we're gonna invite the social media audience on the inside so they could experience the afternoon as well. So keep it right here on the Street 919 FM.
When the sun is shining, I reckon you it does look so good on your skin. So unpack your Gucci, Prada and your Louis. When we stepping out, it's a serious thing, 'cause right now we're ready to play. Reach, 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 reach. Tell them reach. Everyday party on the beach. Reach, 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 reach. Tell them reach. Now look how the thing on the coast. The carnival sweet like Tobago. The condensed milk in the cocoa. The girl them hot like Sambo and bad like Rambo. Right now they're whining down low. The carnival sweet like Tobago. It feel like winning the lotto. Like Paco water, come let we flow. Let me see you jumping in the bacchanal style. The bacchanal style. The bacchanal style. The bacchanal style. When last you went party, tell me when last. When last you jump up in a bus, tell me when last. Let's do a fete. Let's do a party now. I'm feeling to drink some rum. I'm feeling to wine on a bottom. Rebecca, I come in Safari. Look how I'm happy. They open up the country. Life in start. Getting drunk. We outside. We outside. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. We partying hard. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Look how we betting. Lockdown over. It's over now. 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 Bartender, bring a shot for me. Hey girl, bust a wine for me. DJ, play that tune for me. I like that. Listen what I say. I felt like I never felt before. I miss the fetting. Now that the party is, I wanna party some more. When last you went party? Tell me when last. When last you jump up in a bus? Tell me when last. When last you go panorama and start a bacchanal? Tell me when last. Tell me when last. Life in start. Getting drunk. We outside. We outside. Bring drinks. 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 Remo, the bacchanal star. The bacchanal star.
More new music for 2023.
Bacchanal star. The bacchanal star.
That's Ramo.
When last you went party? Tell me when last.
He's just confirming what we all know.
Up in a bus.
The lockdown's over.
Let's do a fete.
As a matter of fact, if not for the lockdown being over,
I'm feeling to drink some rum. I'm feeling to wine on the
again, there will be no carnival.
car. I come in Safari.
And we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that 3 years in a row.
They open
At least not Trini's.
free life in start. Getting drunk. We outside. We outside.
As a matter of fact, you know what?
Bring drinks. Bring drinks.
Let me ask all you a question.
Partying hard. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring drinks.
if the unfortunate is to happen, I mean, knock wood. The unfortunate is to happen, and we have for some mysterious reason, some other virus or pandemic, epidemic that would cause us not to have Carnival in 2023. What do you think is going to happen? How do you think Trinidad and Tobago is going to react?
Listen what I say. I felt like I never felt before. I missed the fetting. Now that I party and I want to party some more. When last you went party? Tell me when last. When last you jump up in the bus? Tell me when last. When last you go panorama and start a bacchanal? Tell me when last. Tell me when last. Lightning start. Getting drunk. We outside. We outside. Bring drinks. 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 Lockdown over. It's over now. Lockdown over. It's over now. Lockdown over. It's over now. Lockdown over. It's over
He's the hardest working man on the street. He's the live wire.
The bacchanal star. The bacchanal star. The bacchanal star. When last you went party?
And here we got Real Bacchanal. The Real Bacchanal is really and truly down at
Tell me when last.
Furniture Plus.
Let's do a fete. Let's do a party now. I'm feeling to drink some rum. I'm feeling to wine on a bottom.
Because they have Diwali deals
I come into barrier. Look up.
all the way until Diwali. That's later on this month on the 24th of
Country.
October.
Start. Get
They
it.
have appliances and outdoor furniture for up to 25% off. Youth bedroom and more for up to 40% off.
Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring
Crazy, crazy deals down at Furniture Plus at all their locations. And they're open from Monday to Saturday. They offer higher purchase plans if you have no cash available. And they're open even on Sundays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Specifically the Arima, San Juan, St. James, and San Fernando stores. And if you need more information than what I just gave you, you need to
I like that.
check the press or social media.
I never felt
To get all the information before you head on down to
now that I party and I wanna.
Furniture Plus.
When last you went party? Tell me when last. When last you jump up?
And before the madness starts in Trinidad
When last you go?
and Tobago, as a matter of fact,
And start a
for Carnival 2023, Tobago is having their thing in 2022, and it begins with the Carnival Experience
Get it.
Bougie
We outside.
on October 25th
We outside.
down at the Pigeon Point Beach Heritage Park.
Bring drinks.
You need to be ready because coming up there is going to be people like Mikhail Tasia, Farmer Nappy, two-time Road March champion, Sherwin Winchester, Tobago's very own, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan Swappy, Son of the Soil, Oscar B. Adana is also going to be there straight out of St. Vincent. Skinny Fabulous.
Oh yeah. Then let me welcome.
Patrice Roberts is also going to be gracing the stage. And don't forget the Water Lord himself, Neil Iwer George.
Let me out. Oh yeah, yeah. Then let me out. Carnival. Then let me out. We go play.
They are going to be performing all their massive hits, including the hits for their prospective hits for 2023 in the National Carnival.
I'm feeling to wine on a bottom.
You are definitely going to be amazed and entertained
I come into
as we drinking champagne and we minding we business. Trust me, it's bougie.
the country. Lightning start.
And tickets have already all gone on sale. It's an island mixed promotion.
We outside.
And if you're out there in Tobago, where can you get tickets? Well,
Bring drinks.
you can check it out at Jade Monkey.
Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring Remo. The bacchanal star. The bacchanal.
You could also get it at Pure Vanity Clothes down at Lowlands.
The bacchanal star.
Luster Restaurant at Lowlands Mall.
Tell me when last.
Caribbean Corner Store on Buku.
In a bus. Tell me when last.
If you're out in the Windward part of Tobago, you could get it out at
Now.
Pirates Bay Boatyard. Pirates Boatyard, that is, in Roxborough.
Come. Rebecca.
A little way down the road at Pablo's in Argyle.
Our happy
If you're on the Windward side,
country. Lightning start. Getting drunk, we outside.
You can get it in Bagatelle 2 at Thorns Place, as well as Chill Out Bar and Milford Road in Bonaccord. Come on, you need to get those tickets for Bougie. Happening on October 25th down at the Heritage Park in Pigeon Point. 18 minutes to the top of the hour, to noontime, to news time.
Matenda, bring a shot for me. Hey girl, bust a wine for me. DJ, play that.
This is how we're going to be taking you up to the news.
Listen what I say. I felt like I never felt before. I miss the fetting. Now that the party is, I want to party some more. Well,
I really and truly don't want to think about how Trinidadians are going to react if for some reason or another we can't have Carnival in 2023 in Trinidad or Tobago.
Tell me when last. Tell me when last. Climbing start. Getting drunk.
I know over the past 2 years with Carnival coming up, with Carnival around Carnival time, people were finding innovative ways to enjoy themselves, try to simulate the activities and so on. And everyone's going to tell you that it wasn't the same. I know of people who would have planned real private Juve parties. And how they kept it a secret was, but that in itself was creative and innovative. Although there were a few of them, a couple of them that drew the attention of the authorities.
Let's do a party.
Became really controversial.
To drink some rum. Feeling the wine on the bottom. Rebecca, I come into Barrier. Look how I'm happy. They open up the country. Living start. Getting drunk. We outside.
But I think with all that just meant that the appetite was there and it always had been there. And it's never going to wane. Year in, year out, generation come, generation go, it's Carnival.
This one for my real good gal them. Yeah. Glow up. Show off. Glow up. Show off. Your body fine, gal, show off. You keep it right, gal, show off. Your body good, gal, show off. My girl, you good from the inside out, baby. From the inside out, oh baby, good from the inside out, baby. From the inside out, yeah. Don't worry about your ex-man next, gal. He no good, she no better, call your best, gal. Life good, and to them years a threat, gal. They can't sleep, cause the wicked can't rest, yeah. Darling, you get 10 out of 10. Gorgeous and you confident. A real woman, she don't beg no friend. Kill them with style and class, cause you know you got the angle. Kill them with the angle. Girl, you flawless from head down to ankle. One man alone, now you got the standards. And you two are get to want to handle. Yeah. Show off. Your body fine, girl, show off. You keep it right, girl, show off. Your body good, girl, show off. My girl, you good from the inside out, baby. From the inside out, oh baby, good from the inside out, baby. From the inside out, yeah. Your heart clean, body best. Let them eat now, them in a mess. Beauty and brain you possess, and you don't wanna try hard to impress. Darling, you get 10 out of 10. Gorgeous and you confident. A real woman, she don't beg no friend. Kill them with style and class, but you know you got the angle.
I see that the Facebook is up.
Uncle, one man.
Social media is up. I want to say good morning to everyone who's locking us down on social media. We're going to be taking a break at the top of the hour, and then we're going to come back with that. People like Janet Armstrong. Are on the inside. Good morning to you and everyone who is locking us down in places like Caripichima, Central Trinidad. Kaya Kenya is on the inside too. Hello, good morning. And I know locked on and listening is my good friend Dawn Blood Villafana, and I want to wish her a special happy birthday this morning. Celebrating her birthday. And I'm certain that she has something very pleasing in store. Music coming down from Rafi B and Moto. Track called Make Money.
Mysterious, from the first time I seen you, I want you. TVS, so venomous, move like a snake in the jungle.
Watch now. Anything that has any sort of chutney flavor to me, I just always believe that it is kind of encouraging to go and take a drink. And that's not an insult, eh? You know who does? You know how we like to lime? Parang and chutney. To me, it's always seem as though it's music that just well made. To encourage our lime. Forget soca. Soca has its elements. But parang and chutney. And even when you fuse it with something, it is just give that impetus to just go and say, hey. Gotta go and buy a bottle. Go and buy 2 beers there for me down here. It has something about them music, boy. Rafi B and Moto on the inside. Track called Make Money. As soon as Rafi B come in on this song, you just tell yourself, boy, hey, let me go down by the river, yes? Hunting season open. We have a little thing in the fridge.
Fabulous, mysterious, from the first time I seen you, I want you. TVS, so venomous, move like a snake in the jungle. Your body, oh. Pretty skin, melody, not just skin coloring, baby, shake your body, oh. If you dance for me, you go make money. You go make money. If you dance for me, oh. If you dance for me, you go make money. You go make money. If you dance for me,
And as usual, anyone who's locking us down outside of TNT, people like Anne-Marie Gonzalez. She's out there in Atlanta, Georgia. Always nice to have you all on.
So we feeling nice, have a real good time. Free your mind is a real good life. Soca music.
Just want to drop some 2023 perspectives
Users and the DJs and them promoters
for you as we head on to the news.
make it
Patinsky. Somebody had to start it.
Soca, we feeling nice, have a real good time. Free your mind is a real good life. Soca music is lovely.
Cammy Cam on the inside as well. She's already having a good time. And we haven't started to do nothing.
Real patrons who does make it happen. It's we who does start it.
So we're going to come back with a little discussion. And then a little later on we'll have some vibe. As a matter of fact, we're going to pull up some classic soca param and even some classic param. Why we do our thing. Good morning to Angela Wells. Everyone is slowly coming in on the social media. As we get ready for the news. To shut it down, make way for bills to be paid and for the news to be presented. That's going to be coming up in just about 6 minutes with Vanessa Thomas. Then I'm going to be back after our peace treaty segment, so keep it right here for that. I am the live wire. I'll take you until 2 p.m. But keep it right here for the news. You are on the street 919 FM.
FM. We are the street. 919 FM. The only radio station bringing perfect balance between entertainment and talk. Updating you with current affairs and social issues.
So what, we should just sit down and take the foolishness that's being meted out because of you feel that all you're real bad?
Right? Unlike his situation, and I don't even want to go back and bring up and highlight.
You don't have a good record where that is concerned?
Having you in the loop with trends and entertainment. Providing music that lives on. And spiritual food for the body, mind, and soul. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Your Tobago Carnival experience begins here. The ultimate carnival premiere event. The first premiere event of Tobago Carnival 2022. Your event celebrity cast starring Showin Winchester, Farmer Nabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dance Swabby, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kimmy Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for two at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushford Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
Blessings in the wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Nikki Garcia, and you are invited to listen to the Final Hour broadcast every Monday from 12 midnight to 5 in the morning on the street 919 FM radio. Here, Pastor Helen Garcia and my husband, Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr., preach the Word of God. We can be contacted at 629-0113 or 623-8444. Tune in and prepare to be blessed.
As my life I lay it on the altar, as my life.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showin Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Showin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.
This and every Sunday
on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me." John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iwer George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com.
News from the street, 919fm.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon. I am Vanessa Thomas with the 12 o'clock news on the street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iowa TV. In the headlines, the Labor Ministry to review minimum wage legislation. Fitzgerald Hines bashes teachers' protest, saying they have no conscience. President Paula May Weeks encourages citizens to take care of their eyes, and internationally, U.S. inflation rose more than expected in September. And now the news in detail. The Labour Ministry says it will be reviewing the Minimum Wages Act. Currently, the national minimum wage is set at TT $17.50 per hour or $2,800 per month per 40-hour work week. Labour Minister Stephen McClatchy says several pieces of legislation have already been brought before Cabinet for review. Apart from the Minimum Wage Act, the Cabinet will also review the Industrial Relations Act, the Retrenchment Act, the Severance Benefits Act, and the Maternity Protection Act. National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines has condemned recent protests taken by teachers to stay away from schools. He said the COVID-19 pandemic had already disrupted students' lives and had an adverse impact on learning not just in Trinidad but in the world. Hines called the recent protest by teachers unconscionable and said there were other ways in which teachers could have resolved their grievances without subjecting the nation's children to an additional loss of schooling. In more news, President Paula May Weeks is encouraging the population to take better care of their eyesight. On World Sight Day, celebrated today, October 13th, the President encouraged people in accordance with the 2022 theme, Love Your Eyes, to take concrete steps to protect, maintain, and prioritize eye health. A 2020 study carried out by the National Eye Survey of TNT showed the leading causes of blindness and vision impairment in adults over 40 are glaucoma, cataract, and other eye complications related to diabetes. Internationally, consumer prices in the U.S. rose more than expected last month in a sign that the inflation fight in the world's largest economy is far from over. Inflation, the rate at which prices rise, was 8.2% in the 12 months to September, down from 8.3% in August. Despite the fall, the figure was still higher than forecast. Inflation in the U.S. is being closely watched as the U.S. Central Bank's efforts to tame the problem has pushed up the dollar and global borrowing costs. Grocery prices have jumped 13% over the past 12 months, and housing and medical costs are also rising sharply. And that was the 12 o'clock news on the street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iwer TV. Recapping the headlines, the Labour Ministry to review minimum wage legislation. Fitzgerald Hines bashes teachers' protest, saying they have no conscience. President Paula May Weeks encourages citizens to take care of their eyes, and internationally, U.S. inflation rose more than expected in September. Do enjoy your afternoon and continue to be safe. I am Vanessa Thomas.
From the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
And of course, guys, you need to join us on the street 919 FM as we embark on a peace treaty as we aim to bring back peace, love, and unity to the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, there is no life in war, there is life only in peace. So join us on the 919 FM for the peace treaty, and let's work together to bring back peace to the streets of Trinidad and Tobago.
Bring back peace on the street.
Let's the world in harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
Hey, it's your boy Banjola, the reigning Calypso Young King of 2020. I want to let all you know, bring back the peace and the love on the street. You don't know.
Every day I sit and wonder how this sweet island gets so bitter. upside down. Smiling faces becomes a frown. Guns galore, we now live in fear. People no longer seems to care. My heart is filled with pain and agony. I see a man begging for mercy. They rob him and they shoot up me body. I can't take no more. I pray for we safety. Sweetie auntie, bring it back. Land of the milk and honey, bring it back. Sweet family, the way that it used to be, Lord. Bring it back. Like long ago, what was mine was yours too. Bring it back. Peace and harmony, my red, white, and black country. Oh, 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 ah, hey, hey. Bring it back, I say. Bring it up, 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 bring it up. All I see is darkness all over. Stray bullets have running for cover. Shedding tears has become so natural. Humans behaving more like animals. No respect for values anymore. Even the lawmakers breaking the law. Who can we trust? Tell me who to save. Each day undertakers dig new graves. Wailing and boarding is your new band launches. New sizes of boxes we measure it. Nearly all household you're here in the morning. Live for a movie in Trinbago now show it. Bring it back, sweetie auntie. Bring it back. Land of the milk and honey. Bring it back, sweet family. The way that it used to be, Lord. Bring it back. Like long ago. What was mine was yours too. Bring it back. Peace and harmony. My red, white, and black country. Oh, 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 oh. I pleaded with you. I pleaded with you, Lord. Bring back the nations. Oh, oh. Like his blood and crime take over. The rich and all feeling the pressure. People die like flies, yet we fight. What would it take for us to unite? Look how we children them going astray. And the poor hold on to faith each day. So all who hear my message and playing dumb, many go pay in time to come. So all the innocent lives they taking, the mind and the souls they corrupting. Everything has a price to pay on a great, great judgment day. Bring it back, sweetie auntie. Bring it back. Land of the milk and honey. Bring it back, sweet family.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919fm.com.
Royal Carnival. Let's go. Mouth open and who will jump out? I wanna know what they're talking about. At Tobago Carnival. You could hear it quite in song. We ready to dingole. Right back to heel and toe. The angels sing when they still bang us. Coming down, I could hear shorty truck. Music loud, it in my head. Through the morning, can't be in bed. I'm big to be going and two. We won't finally get we hold. More love we could spread. Welcome every boy and girl. This is a time you won't forget. Big old march you run the world. Now they see how we play. It's matter with heritage. Them big old girl could buy. Don't matter the village. Don't care for no way. It's deep in we heritage. We never need an occasion to jump up. A small island, easy link up. And then play the drum. It's lightning and thunder. Rhythm nation in your ways. Calling no one, no we ancestors to display we heritage. Wine,
Another Live Wires back on the Street 919 FM. I want to ask you a question. Music from Royal.
Welcome everybody.
Track called We Heritage on the Heritage Rhythm for 2023. Had it right, I had it right.
It's matter with heritage. Them big old girl could buy. No matter the village. Don't care for no way. It's deep in we heritage. We never need an occasion to jump. A small island, easy link up. And let me the drum. It's lightning and thunder. Rhythm nation in your way. Calling no one, no we ancestors. To display we heritage. Wine, I wanna aim for your center.
Sorry, I asked already the question just now.
So much I got in Tobago, no wonder. We're so rooted in we heritage. Back to back 2 days, we on the road. Run flying, they're coming home. Time to laugh, come out to be made ready. Never know when it's all in. Overload, we can't get in the tent. Baconians, we have no behavior. Empty royal, we just can't let you inside with oversight. Follow the rules from the inside now. On every stage, we are hit like wow. Big master, the greatest that we create. We are the stage, running with them. It's matter with heritage. Them big old girl could buy. Matter the village. Don't care for no rain. It's deep in we heritage. We never need an occasion to jump up. A small island, easy link up. Fed runs in with them. It's matter with heritage. Them big old girl could buy. Matter the village. Are you ready? For the girl, when they touch up this carnival, it could be plenty bacchanal out there. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Miss Carnival, she hot and she sexy. Are you ready for the bacchanal road? Bacchanal bed, bacchanal out there. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? All the meat and sauce on the body. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Bacchanal lady. We take over the town, smiling, whining, rolling. When the sun gone down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal come. See the old and young smiling, whining, rolling. When the go show down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal come. You bet it was the pedal, let she trample it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the stage is no stage until she trample it. Oh yeah. When sweet music starts to play, and the dip and rock and sway. With the way she go kill you, it could be plenty bacchanal out there. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Miss Carnival, she hot and she sexy. Are you ready for the bacchanal road? Bacchanal bed, bacchanal out there. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? All the meat and sauce on the body. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Bacchanal. A bacchanal 2, a bacchanal 3, a bacchanal 4, a bacchanal 1, a bacchanal 2, a bacchanal, a bacchanal, a bacchanal, a bacchanal. When the cup hop round, smiling, whining, rolling, and the truck break down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal come. When the money run, smiling, whining, rolling, when the money down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal come. A bacchanal woman like this again you'll never find. She don't give a damn or reason to shake she body like. Are you ready? Are you ready now? Yeah. Are you ready?
New music coming down from Sharon Winchester
For the girl, when they touch up this,
and David Rudder.
it could be plenty bacchanal out there. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Miss Carnival, she hot and she sexy.
Track called Bacchanal Come.
Bacchanal road,
Brand new for 2023.
are you ready for the bacchanal lady? All the meat and sauce on the body. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Bacchanal lady. We take over the town, smiling, whining, rolling. When the sun gone down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal come. See the old and young smiling, whining, rolling. When the go show down, bacchanal come,
gotta bring back that one. Back and I'll come. That's the name of the track.
Are you ready?
David Rudder and Sherwood Winchester, a pair of Road March champions.
Are you ready for the bacchanal?
I think it was like 20 years removed for both of them.
Are you ready for the bacchanal road?
1986 for David Rudder.
Are you ready for the bacchanal?
2004 and 2005 for
Are you ready for
Sherwood. Sherwood obviously is going to be in Tobago for Bougie. That's coming up on October 25th as part of the celebrations for the Tobago Carnival. That's coming up in just about a week and a half. And I know a whole lot of you are looking forward to that, and I'm pretty certain that he's going to be performing this song whenever he performs in Tobago. Tobago's very own Tobago born Sherwin Winchester, accompanied by legend in his own right, David Rudder.
Are you ready for the bacchanal? Miss Canabachi hot and she sexy. Are you ready for the bacchanal road? Bacchanal bed, bacchanal outlet. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? All the new time shows on the body. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Bacchanal 1, a bacchanal 2, a bacchanal 3, a bacchanal 4, a bacchanal 1, a bacchanal 2, a bacchanal, a bacchanal, a bacchanal, a bacchanal. When the cup have round, smiling, whining, rolling, and the truck break down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal. When the money run, smiling, whining, rolling, when the money down, bacchanal come, bacchanal, bacchanal, bacchanal come. A bacchanal woman like this again you'll never find. She don't give a damn or reason to shake she body line. When the hand go on the head and bend over for you dead. Your sweetness to kill you. It will be plenty bacchanal out there. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? Miss Canabachi hot and she sexy. Are you ready for the bacchanal road? Bacchanal bed, bacchanal.
All right, so let me, like I said, I had a question to ask you all. I feel it might cause a little bacchanal, but I'm hoping that it doesn't. And it all has to do with that story in the 12 o'clock news that Vanessa did. I want to thank her for coming through. She's going to be on at 2 when I get out of here. She'll transform from Vanessa to Precious. But the Ministry of Labor said they want to review the minimum wage legislation. No, I know a lot of people might just because people hear what they want to hear a lot of the time. They're gonna be spreading the word that they're going to look at the minimum wage. They're not gonna look at the minimum wage just yet. They're gonna be looking at the minimum wage legislation. And I guess from there they're gonna make determinations on issues surrounding the minimum wage, including whether it is increased and how much it is increased by. But here what I want to ask you all. The minimum wage right now is $17.50 per hour. If they review the legislation, I mean, you as an individual, and your situation may not be dependent so much on what the minimum wage is, I understand that. But given everything that we have seen over the past couple of years with the pandemic and economies all over the world, especially ours, because that's the one that affects us the most. If there was for any reason a decision was taken to increase the minimum wage in the near future, I just want an honest answer on what you believe that the minimum wage should be right about now. All right, so hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, bro. What's up?
I did just school.
Yeah, man, I just tuned in. These days are busy, so while I was on, I couldn't call in. Sorry about that. But good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much.
91.9 family. Good afternoon to the listeners. Good afternoon to the viewers and everybody. Yeah, good afternoon, Troy and Tobago. Yes, sir. You see that announcement you make there? Them grocery people don't pull their calculator already, you know. You laughing?
All right, okay, all right.
Trinidad and Tobago, right? In
right.
Trinidad and Tobago.
That might be the case. That might very well be the case. We understand that. But before you do anything else,
I agree with $25.
$25?
Yeah, I agree with. I started at 25.
No, you know, the minimum wage does influence a whole lot of different things, right?
It does influence the bogus inflation. Listen, I remember a time they made an announcement that the infirm people now, the disabled people, the people who don't and they pull the calculator and send up the prices before that money reach up now in closing not going now.
Yeah.
What we had to control is that wickedness that has taken place in this country. And I'm very serious, You see how you talk that talk on the radio? But you would be surprised that prices that had yesterday different 10 minutes, an hour after you now talk there, and that's what we're suffering from in this country. They just take it away anytime it is given. Thank you very much, brother. Locked on and listening. Have a good day.
Yeah, man, you too.
Are you ready for the bacchanal road? Bacchanal bed, bacchanal outlet. Are you ready for the bacchanal lady? All the meat and sauce on the body.
Maria Lyons and Leon Joseph on the inside on Facebook, and our social media platforms are up, so you could log on. And I don't want to say it's so true, but we always see evidence of things like that, because I remember when the budget was read, and while it was reviewed and it was said that gas prices will go up immediately, I was actually in the gas station about an hour after that, right in Sour on the Saddle Road, and I wasn't going to buy gas, no. I was going to just walk down to the quick shop. And the quick shop clock up like as though they were changing shifts, and people didn't realize that that was happening at that point in time. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jason.
Good afternoon.
I figured I could raise it to like $20 an hour.
$20?
Yes.
Okay. From $17.50 to $20?
Yes, to $20.
All
yes.
right. Okay.
Find $20 an hour will be a little more reasonable.
All right. That seems reasonable and true. Thank you.
Yes, 17.50 to 20. I don't find that will be bad. You understand? Because I know a lot of people working for the minimum wage, and I know they like to get an increase. So if they raise it to at least $20 an hour, I feel that will stand strong.
All right.
Okay?
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we also have to remember that when the minimum wage is raised, as a matter of fact, not just the minimum wage, old age pension, disability, and things like that, when those things are increased, we understand that things in the grocery will increase, and whether they increase variably or invariably, that's something for economists to determine. It usually seems to the common man like myself and you all that it's unfair. Before we actually get the money done spent. But I really would like to know what you all believe the minimum wage should be if it is to be increased. Right now it's at $17.50. I had one caller saying $25 and one saying $20. I'm pretty certain that with the if I ask for an explanation, that's actually gonna take all evening. Because there are a lot of factors that would come in that would work into that we are unaware of. We are obviously affected by. So I'm gonna Paul, let's shoot that.
When the cup have round, smiling, whining, rolling, and the truck break down, bacchanal come, bacchanal. When the money runs, smiling.
And the story reads, the Ministry of Labor said that it will be reviewing several pieces of labor legislation including the Minimum Wage Act. The ministry listed several takeaways from Minister Stephen McClatchy's budget presentation, which includes a review of the labor legislation, including the Maternity Protection Act, Minimum Wage Act, Industrial Relations Act, and the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act. Music coming down there from Prince Unique. Come Let We Go. Not Prince Unique rather, but Roger George. The article goes on to say, currently the national minimum wage is set at $17.50 per hour, or you could calculate it at the monthly rate at $2,800 per month per 4-hour working week. The minister actually was when he was presenting his budget presentation, said that the ministry is currently working with social partners in gathering input in reviewing and amending legislation, including the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies Act, the Maternity Protection Act, and the other acts that I mentioned earlier, as well as the Occupational Safety and Health Act and its associated regulations. It goes on to say that several pieces of legislation have already been brought before Cabinet for review. Amaklashi said that the labor matters remain a top priority, stating that labor legislation reform continues to be of utmost importance to the ministry. Their goal is to ensure a labor legislation framework that is modern, effective, and innovative, that will contribute to a stable economy. I have one person on Facebook saying that it should be $20.50. I think that would be the mean, anywhere around $20 so far. Randolph Coffee, I want to say good afternoon. He's locking us down on Facebook right now. Shasha is also on the inside. I need to let Shasha know that we're in the afternoon, not the morning. Ooh, all of a sudden the place get dark outside. All of a sudden. But we're on the inside. And we hope that if you're venturing outdoors, stay dry, first of all, and be safe. Now some new music here for 2023 Carnival. Gonna hear a little more of that as we go. I go until 2, at which point we make way for Precious. She'll do her thing from then. On the live wire, sitting in for Pastor Google as he enjoys his vacation. Joshua said it's pouring rain out there in South New Jersey. Just like it's pouring here. I didn't even realize the rain was falling. I just looked up and I saw the place was just dark. Well, you could call me up or you could get onto social media and you can let me know what you think. If it is reviewed and it is decided that the minimum wage should be increased, what should it be increased to? It's currently at $17.50 per hour, which amounts to $2,800 a month. Hello, good afternoon. Ah. Missed that one. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I talk anything specific or is it specific about the minimum wage?
No, you could speak anything. I just wanted some feedback, but you could talk about anything. Just let me hear it.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
With respect to Bago's Carnival, I don't know if I'm missing it, but I'm getting the impression that it's just a series of effects. I haven't seen like a king and queen come back. A calypso competition or a junior monarch competition, or I don't know, I'm just missing it. I only seen like advertisements.
Just
Am
facts.
I probably wrong?
Well, I don't think that you're entirely wrong, because from the information that I got from people in Tobago, and I myself don't have all the information, but I know there are calypsonians in Tobago who I've spoken to who are quite disappointed that there's not a calypso competition. So I want to believe that a lot of these things are lacking in the Tobago Carnival.
Yeah, to me, it's coming out across like just a big party. Which, I mean, yes, Carnival is a party, but I'm not getting a sense of Carnival. I'm getting a more, have a set today, have an next set, have a next concert set, have a next set. And yes, we have the parade of the bands, and that is all.
Yeah, and you know what? If we're talking about Carnival in its whole sense, I think that it is disappointing that there's not going to be having the full experience. You know.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, I don't have all the information. I could
not
speak
seeing it anywhere to be able to say.
Right, but I could speak to the calypso aspect of it. I know there's no calypso competition to speak about. As a matter of fact, the last calypso competition they would have been for the Heritage Festival, all right, which I was privy to look at. So, and I had spoken to a couple of the calypsonians who would have been in that, who would have liked, as Tobago is now having their own specific carnival, that they would have liked for, they have that aspect of it. So, but I can't speak to the kings and queens and so on.
The winner of that competition could have probably been given an automatic spot into the national...
into the national Calypso Monarch title. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it kind of merged the two. Yes, you want it separate, but you merge it at the same time.
Well...
So, I don't know. That was the first one, so let's look at it.
Well, yes, yeah, probably.
Okay.
All right, no problem. Thanks again. Oh gosh, I get into some parang in the meantime. And that's a very interesting topic. I don't know if anyone from Tobago is listening and they could share any information on that. But like I said, I actually spoke to a couple of people who competed in the Heritage Calypso competition, and they expressed their, in one case, their displeasure, and in the other case, disappointment that there was not going to be a Calypso competition, because I guess that is part of what we expect Carnival to be. And without that, I don't know, it may be lesser. But like the caller said, because it's the first time, let's see if there's going to be an evolution in coming years. Good afternoon to you, Stacia Noel, out there in Sangre Grande. Forecast in Sangre Grande is sun is shining. Sandra Watson is also on the inside. I want to say good afternoon to you. And of course, Linda Briggs. Leon Joseph out there in Toko. There's no rain in Toko, so it's no rain out in the east. No rain out in the north. Well, in northeast. From Port of Spain. Yeah, we just had a shower. I don't know if it's a real downpour right now, but because the place got a little brighter, it looks as though rain is still falling. people and them thief the floodgate. I want to know how that happened. How you get thief something like that? Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, we have hot sun in Arima too.
Hot sun in Arima? Yeah, all in the
hot
east.
Shining sun.
Now we talking about. Well, I need to come in town. Well, I bring. As a matter of fact, you know what? Rain in Port of Spain is not so much the best thing. You understand? So bring the sun in Port of Spain. And we can take the rain everywhere else.
We have shining sun in Arima.
That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about. How are you this afternoon?
Idea, hanging in.
All right. Apart from the sun, how have your day been so far?
Well, I suppose I just make all the pepper sauce and things like that. So I was there preparing our pepper sauce and seasoning and all these different other things what I just make for Christmas.
Yeah.
For people. So I start cutting up and, putting things in place now.
Oh, okay.
And freezing it. So when it gets closer to Christmas, I just have to do whatever.
I'll come by you, right? That pepper man. Yeah, how you mean? Listen, it has certain things. I have my background has everything to do with Spanish and all them kind of thing. So coffee and thing with pepper and anything spicy, that is what I do. So
you heard Mommy Sauce talk about a sorrel?
Yeah.
And Mr. Tobago?
Yes.
Well, it's my sorrel.
So you're the culprit. That's what we're talking about. Good things come from good people. Good things come from good people. We like to hear that.
Just say you don't know speaking to Gemma the DJ.
Yeah, I know it's Gemma. I know it's Gemma talking to.
Yes.
I know it's Gemma talking to.
I had make when they had the thing when I went and I had donate some baskets to Aisha. But she get that sorrel and all those things in it. So she give them it and they taste it and they say, oh Lord, the sorrel was so nice.
Okay.
Pepper sauce, that custom to my pepper sauce.
Okay.
Mommy sauce, that custom to my pepper sauce.
No, the pepper sauce, it's just hot. It's tasty too, right?
Yeah, tasty, not hotter.
That's the most important thing.
Tasty.
Yeah, it's supposed to complement the food.
Yes, because I just put young pepper in it. So that is cool down. Pepper, people love pepper, but you see, making pepper raw, so it's not good for your stomach.
Yeah, exactly.
So putting the young pepper in it, that has cool down the heat, so it'll be tasty and slightly hot.
No, it had to have some pepper in it. It just had to have the flavor as well.
It has be hot enough, but not hot.
Right.
Some people they think pepper, that'll be thinging.
Yeah.
No, my pepper sauce don't be so. It's just tasty. You could enjoy. You could afford to put a good bit on the food.
Yeah.
And enjoy it.
That's
but you'll taste the pepper in it.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. Not hot. Not that kind of way I just make my pepper sauce.
All
okay?
Right. Nice.
Okay, this.
You take care.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it can't be like my grandmother's ginger beer. I remember when I was growing up and my grandmother made ginger beer. Just one sip and all the eye and thing bun in it. It used to be tasty, all the eye bun in it. I don't know what it's for money to do. But give me what you think the minimum wage should be. Manu, talk to me now.
Yeah, the minimum wage? Minimum wage could be about $15-16.
No, so when you bringing it down, it's now $17.50. What going on with you?
What you mean is $26. That was it really.
$26 you want to say?
Yeah, $26, $16.
That's real high, no, man.
It's real high?
Yeah, that's real high.
So, as long as people work for the money, let me say something there.
All right.
By the sweat of thy brow, it comes from the Bible.
Yeah.
By the sweat of thy brow, if you work hard for your money, you get good pay. People don't mind paying good money for good things.
Yeah, but...
Like Gemma pepper sauce. Yeah. Gemma bring some pepper sauce and some, I think, a nice thing there for me. Watch that. That must be about a year and a half or 2 years, And you know what I do? And I take a taster spoon. That's a small, plenty smaller than a teaspoon. And I drop it in the spoon right now. It is lentil peas and rice, and I will sprinkle a little bit. I don't want it done. And she wouldn't bring no more for me at all.
Yeah, well, that between you and Gemma.
I don't know why she bring no more for me at all. And listen, I know she come a long time. I want the party, the plane and things.
All the reason why for me to say is that between you and she. Don't bring me that.
I hope she listens to bring some pepper sauce to me. I'm bound for the cake. But you see the sorrel and the pepper sauce and the next thing. It tastes nice.
That's good to know.
Yeah, bring some for me. My partner, Let me tell you something. It's sunny and nice in Bonner Gardens here. You sit down in the veranda, the breeze blowing cool and nice. And
so it's only down in the west the rain falling then?
But they washing there to wash young TV, you know.
All right.
People complain how they poop and pee and all kinds of things about this. God know what you're doing, you know.
But it was a report yesterday that it stole the floodgate.
The water gate.
Yeah. So we can't afford to have all that rain in Port of Spain.
It has to be people who are working around that. To know how to handle it, to know how to take it out there, because they're watching to see how it mounts up just so.
Yeah, that's not one day.
They get about 20.
Yeah, that's
20 years in prison. And they will tell me they have a camera around the area.
Yeah, well, that part I don't know. I can't remember reading that in the
they have a camera around the area because there's a floodgate here.
Right.
So the camera should tell you how they were taking place. There were nobody and they were not flooding and things.
Yeah, I can't
they
remember.
bunked out somebody bunked the seat. Listen, I will put a few dollars with the government and other people, private people, to make up our money, to make a ransom for them, go see that gate. Oh God, all this stop doing this thing, all the money of the country.
Yeah, boy.
All the destroying the country and Tobago.
And Port of Spain need that. Because even with that, Port of Spain does flood.
Let me say to you, rain had to fall for the season flood, you know.
What do you mean?
No, all the height here, you never go under the ground in Port of Spain. You never go in a manhole and...
Nah.
I used to go to Richmond Street School.
Nah.
And you could go straight up, standing up, and I had 6 feet up, under the ground. We used to stick him up on the ground in town. You could walk on the ground. You don't have to have... Sometimes you're playing stick him up and you see the water come. You have to come through a manhole somewhere up in Park Street, somewhere there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you don't have flood for rainfall fall as long as the tide gets high.
Yeah, once the tide high.
Flood.
Port of Spain.
You understand? So people always stop the Stephen and all kind of things. And all that. It work. Look, right now, I want people to do some work by me.
But?
Nobody don't want to work.
Yeah, there's so many.
I was young, I tell me, boy, in this hot sun, boy. I watch him, you want to $5 all the time.
So he go do it in the rain?
Sometimes I go to the rain and I say, I still get scrubbed. He say, boy, this rain, boy. So you don't want to work in, so you don't want to work in the rain, but you want that $10 all the time.
Yeah, they want money, they want work, they want money. That's what they want.
I tell him, I say, boy, the rain falling, boy, can't go in the bank now, boy. Yeah. So, friend the Tobago, all you love one another, Christmas coming, all you give something to somebody genuinely without saying anything. Just give.
Manu, you give me anything for Christmas?
Say it again?
You giving me anything for Christmas?
I don't know. Let people tell you what has gone with me.
I go take advice and all, you know. I go take that.
I could drop a block, I say. Let me tell you something.
Talk to me.
When you give in something, try and give it to somebody who you don't know.
Yeah.
Give it to somebody who give in. Give it to somebody who give in, so you don't know who they're giving it to. And you know if somebody's genuine, they give it to. They give in somebody genuine, who will give it. You get like Google, you get like IC, you get somebody in the station there.
Yeah.
And they give it to so you know who to get in it.
Yeah.
And you feel comfortable, but you feel nice. Your hands feel light.
Exactly.
You understand? You feel good. So love to everybody in the country. Only give somebody something and say nothing about it. And may the good Lord bless and keep you. I'm gone.
You're gone. Very great, Manu. So I seen it just like it's overcast in McCoy. Seeing people sending us messages on what their situation is. I want to say good afternoon to people like Philip Ramjet, who's on social media right now. Billy's Fonilier, Shari Bartholomew as well. Hello, good afternoon. She go on. So as you can hear in the background, we have some Flores de San Jose because we're doing the Christmas vibe as well. Hello, good afternoon.
Jason?
Yes, talk to me again.
God spare life. I'll send some of each of the things that is make for you for Christmas.
You see, that's what I'm looking for. Right? Manu only gave me advice and only gave me old talk. The Iwer thing that I could use. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John.
God spare life, Christmas. I will send some of everything what it is need for Christmas. I'll send some for you. Okay?
I love you a little more today. A little more today. Little more.
All right, dear.
Okay.
Okay.
Brother Brenda Marcel is saying that the minimum wage is $17.50 per hour, but the law says that if you are working more than 8 hours and not being paid more than 1.5 times the minimum wage, you are, or your pay, you should be paid double time, which some employers don't do. Right, so when I read that that part of the article, it specifically stated that it was $17.50 per hour for 4 hours. So thank you for that piece of information there, Brenda Marcel, and we hope that you're having a good day. And oh gosh, the sun all over the place except for Port of Spain. Tobago has sun, Maloney has sun. Everywhere up in the east, brilliant sunshine. Well, the rain is really so bad. Hope we get some rain in Sour. Like I was saying this morning, some mole crickets killing me in the garden. I would go and I would throw my soap water and I see them coming out in the late in the evening, early in the morning, and I wet in them. But you know you can't get all. So like in the morning when I go to wet my plants, I see plants lie down on the ground and all them kind of thing. That ain't, you know, that ain't making no sense to me, you know. I'm trying to feed my family and these mole crickets trying to kill me. I'm trying to help out people who get minimum wage by planting some garden, you know, and getting them something. I'm sorry I said that on the air because that is something that is really and truly supposed to broadcast. But you know, the minimum wage is what it is and some people need help. I try to stretch my hand, but them old crickets killing me. I'm still taking calls, you know. I'm still taking all your input. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good.
Good to hear. Yes, ma'am.
By region. You know, I think this thing for the mole cricket then.
Talk to me.
Region. Yeah, I think this is region.
You could go and get us in a plant shop?
Agriculture, yeah, an agriculture shop.
Okay.
Because I had the same problem. Well, I still have the problem, but in the driveway, I planted some grass, but in front of the house, that's where my mom was in Valencia. I had a problem with grass. The grass wasn't growing at all.
Yeah, that's killing.
I couldn't understand. But I still get rid of the grass and I put pavers. You know, I decided to put pavers. And but the driveway, somebody advised that. And but you see, I'm not there all the time. But it said the evening time when they're coming up, like you said earlier.
Yeah, late in the just as sunset and sunrise, just before sunrise, they are out.
Yeah, so you have to be there. And so you sprinkle it when they're coming up to feed, and you have to do it, I think it's about 3 times per week or twice a week, because what the guy told me, you have the grandmother, you have the grandparents, and then you have the parents, and then you have the children, then you have the babies, and you have the eggs.
Oh, so it's only generations upon generations that's coming and attack you.
Yes. So you have to, you have to be there and you have to do it. Right. But they will advise you how to do it.
Okay.
Right? And then you also sprinkle the leaves as well, but they will advise you because you cannot do those things right away.
Yes, we know. We know.
Right.
Once we have certain types of chemicals, they will, like you said, they were going to advise me, so I will heed the advice.
Soak the ground, and so soak the ground. And the mole cricket too, I had a lot of problems with the green cricket. Yeah, it eats the leaves and all that. So I also use 7 powder, and I put in a spray bottle.
Yeah.
And I would spray the leaves because I have a lot of rosemary plants.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I thank you for the advice.
Right.
And I am going to take your advice.
And you see, when you're using leaves, leafy vegetables,
you
put it to soak in some salt water. You wash it out and then put it to soak in
Oh.
On the leaves that will come out, you know,
all right.
and clean it well.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks again. So we have to go and take a break now. We're going to pay some bills, and when we come back, I mean, listen, it's just a whole lot of things that we could discuss, a whole lot of things to talk about, and we'll continue doing that until 2 o'clock. So keep it right here on the Street 919 FM. I'm the Live Wire, holding it down for Pastor Google.
And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the Street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Eden is a place of exceptional happiness and delight. October 29th, 2022, we head to Bucco Historical Park. What's that? Tobago. This is Eden. The all-inclusive Sunset Garden Party from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Amazing food, amazing drinks, amazing atmosphere, and amazing music. For one night only, Nadia Batson live with her full band. Eden. The first batch of tickets are on sale, so get yours now. October 29th, 2022, we head to Bucco Historical Park. Nadia Batson live with her full band and special guests. Let's meet in the garden. Eden.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival Fever. Book your passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago.
Where
the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its carnival, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the Street 919 FM.
This is Wayne Delamore, Head Consultant and Director of Natural Health Solution. With over 15 years of experience in clinical nutrition and microscopy, we specialize in early detection and prevention. We incorporate evidence-based nutrition and science-driven analysis. Tune in to our educational program every Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. right here on the Street 91.9 FM. For appointments, call 222-2189 or 304-5816. At Natural Health Solutions, we offer a natural solution to healthy living.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marvel Road, 91.9. Our services start from, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a TRME time in the presence of God. We'll be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.5 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street, 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's Radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
He's the hardest working man on the street. He's the live wire.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You know how to find me, darling. Call me. She tell me she had an accident. Said she stick on the highway. What may come out she problems. So she looking to find me. Bad traffic jam and hustle beating all day. Say she out on the road all day. So when I reach her she tell me, what you waiting for? Like you ain't sure. Jack up the thing like so. And if you see how I put the pressure when I turn it, as she walking on the road again, fix it up, Macane. She tell me do quick, I can't be late. You know the boss like to complain, so I put down the walk with confidence. But she watching the timing, for sure no man done call the wrecker. Hey, but this traffic jam, traffic bumper to bumper. Oh, so a racer who done clean the spark plug. Putting the alka, the engine box. Check on performance, charging it up. I see she revving, but it not functioning. The crowd got her wrong, this big jam straight to town, yeah. Said she stuck on the road all day. So don't you turn on, she tell me, watch your way. She want me fix it up. Try not give it up. I go fix it up. On the road I'll fix it up, darling.
That's the mechanic. I'll
then the vendor. Put in the key and
man called Cass
train the house and train
for 2023.
the cool acting trailer. And it's traffic jam, traffic bumper to bumper. Oh, you be calling now, so just come with it. I taking it, he pay for it.
That's how we come back for the final hour. I am the live wire holding it down for the goodly pastor. Pastor Google is on vacation. Want to thank everyone for locking us down conventionally and as well as social media.
On the highway, what may come up the problems? So she looking to find me.
I want to say good afternoon to Patricia Johnson. Give me a second-hand news there. She said rain falling, rain like that. Indigo Martin. Well, the rain has subsided in Port of Spain. Clouds have subsided. The rain has subsided. The clouds are dissipating.
As she walking on the road again, fix it up, my God. She tell me do quick, I can't be late.
And I see the sun is peeping out.
So I could go and walk with confidence. But she watching the timing for sure. No man done call the wrecker. Hey, but it's traffic jam, traffic bumper to bumper.
All right, and throughout this final hour, as per usual, as I've been doing since I've been here, gonna get the new music. Yeah, they say we had to push the new music. So we're pushing the new music. And we're gonna be giving you some Christmas vibes through some parang and soca parang. I feel like give us some soca parang instead of the traditional stuff. Oh, just mix it up. Give all that little traditional parang, some Lara Brothers and Los Tocadores, and I'll find them thing in my library. And then I'll give all that little scrunter, I'll give a little baron. You know, let's get some classics going before we actually lead up to the Christmas 2023. And you know, Christmas 2023 might be real nice if people who make minimum wage could get an increase in their minimum wage. And we were asking the question in the last hour, what do you think the minimum wage should be now, today? It's currently at $15.50. I've had everything like $25, $20. Man who tell me $26. I had someone say $20.50. So if you have an idea of what it should be, I mean, come on. Let me know.
Try not give it up, let me fix it up. On the road I'll fix it up, darling. Don't worry yourself now.
You wanna study my business? I don't mind yours. Let me see how far you go reach. Perfect. I hear I get horn, but I mind business. Don't worry about that.
Music coming down from Farmer Nappy.
But I mind business.
Track called Old Talk.
And I feel like a clown, but I mind business.
I feel I should call the show in it while Google here is Old Talk with the Live Wire. That's a nice name.
They go talk, they go say what they want, but I live in comfortable.
And we're gonna use this as the opening, as the theme song.
Bull talk them like, but we don't have no time for them. Bull talk them like, what? Before you start, I don't want to know. You wanna study my business? I don't mind yours. Let me see how far you go reach. Perfect. I hear I get horn, but I mind business. Don't worry about that. I am me gold born, but I mind business. Don't worry about man, I feel like a clown, but I mind business. Don't worry about that. Each child not my own, but that's my business. Hey, they go talk, they go say what they want, but I live in comfortable. They go talk, they go say what they want, but I live in comfortable. Bull talk them like, but we don't have no time for them. Bull talk them like, what? Before you start, I don't want to know. Only he says she end up a palm. I don't want to know. If you see she dead, don't ask me no question. I don't want to know. All the talk them talk about who it's serviceman. I don't want to know. It's my peace of mind I really focus on. So when you
about our farmer business. I want to say good afternoon to everyone who's locking us down in San Juan, particularly in the lower Santa Cruz area out there, but Malatris. And all them guys who are in the over 45, including the 4 teams that are playing tonight, they'll go up there tonight. You know. All the players from the organs team from my tower coming up tonight against Fire 45. It's gonna be a good game. Them fellas from 1is1 Belmont and environs coming up the road. All the sour men. The fellas lost last night again. Watching our footballers be the real team, you know. I want to say good afternoon to the man behind the whole thing, Zoff, Roger Celestin. When you're talking about a community leader, talk about people like Roger.
You wanna study my business?
Also want to say good afternoon to his staff, everyone who are behind the scenes to ensure that every single night out there at the Tyro Recreation Ground, things happen. Also want to thank the police officers who pass through every single night. That's all that pass through is over 45. Them fellas is only love. And all the spectators, Tornadoes Sports Club from out there in Lacano, always coming out when they come to support the people. Well decked out in the green and the uniform jerseys. Punching effect. All those teams, Central Old Boys, all the teams from Liverpool who compete out there. Them fellas have the right idea. What we have to try to do now is impart that sort of attitude to the younger folk, because at one point in time, them fellas got to be playing over 45 football same way. You know? And that love had to be the same way. Got to start the love all now.
But this old talk people like I hear get
and this is an old talk.
My business, don't worry about that. I am me gold.
Love is not in short supply.
Business, don't worry about that.
There's an
my business, don't worry about that.
There's a bottomless pit, I should say it like that.
My business.
Bottomless pit of a love. Let's go and dip and get now, man. Everybody need it, we need it. The whole reason why it is we have all these problems is because we were just too lazy to love one another. Plenty old talk.
Only back and all about two different people think. I don't want to know. All who jamming money man just for good living. I don't want to know. Who love online man is nothing they bring in. I don't want to know. Doing the devil work and feeling this kicksy thing. So when you see me, don't bother me. I live in me life. I try to do what's right. So when you see me, business, don't worry about that. I tell me good fun, but I my business, don't worry about that. I tell me my business, don't worry about that. It's so kind, but they can't stop we shine.
420-23 Soca.
Fall for 99, but get up 100 times.
Good afternoon to Theresa Willie. She's out there in Trin City. She says it's cloudy out there. So I guess it's because it's not far from Macoya, who we had one person say that it was overcast out there.
They try out, we can't.
All the people out in the east, all the show off with all the sun.
But we light up like them.
The sun came out in Port of Spain. Well, they can't show off as much again.
Light up.
We get a little blessing.
Right up.
We take it and we move on.
Put them out. Since we name inside them out. My name, they talk about. We did them with.
Music coming down from Lyrical.
Put them out.
Called Candle.
Inside them out. My name, they talk about. We did them with, still talk about. We don't call bad mind on nobody. I just pray for mine. friend and family. When I watch the time, we don't have enough to hate. Good vibes, good energy when we congregate. Me tell them anyway, the soca play. We don't tolerate bad energy. Whatever people say, they say. I have my life, and Jah guide my way. They try out, we can't learn. But we light up like them, light up like them. But them are go light a flambo. Light up like them, right up like them. Hey, come let we put them out. Since we name inside them out, my name they talk about. We get them ways to talk about. Put them out. Since we name inside them out, my name they talk about. We get them ways to talk about.
He's the hardest working man on the street. He's the live wire.
I tell all you, I giving it to all you. Yeah, we got the right level, you know. It's a brand new Christmas on the Street 919 FM. As we count down the 91 days to Christmas, we'll be giving away 91 prizes to 91 kids. Keep it right here with the Christmas spirit, because we have much more surprises, more than that in store. I know some of you going and buy a ham right now. Leaving home to go and start a shop.
Falling behind the sun. So I went across to see what's really going on. Say I went for piece of pork, just by Wellington. You know when I come back home, the damn woman went answer me where you must have gone.
talking about toys. Man called Scrunter in the background. Like we said, we have 91 prizes for 91 children. It's a countdown for 91 days of Christmas right here on the Street 919 FM, the brand new Christmas we call it. Keeping with the Christmas spirit, we have many, many more prizes in store. Keep it right here on the Street 919 FM for more of that. In order for you to get toys, if it is you don't call and win one here, you need to get some money. It's all about the Christmas vibe. Early Christmas vibe. You're locked onto the Street 919 FM. I'm the live wire. Taking you until 2.
Says he was Christmas coming, you better go and find a work. He said, I ain't joking, I want some money to stock up. I had a bad experience last year, and you act like you don't care. Boy, if it's 1 or 2 10 days, I want some good money this year. Money to buy a stove, money to get a fridge, money to get some milk, money to want some chairs, money for 2 bed spread, money loads for the bed, money for this Christmas. Yeah, see first, see first, see first, see first.
If it is you end up like Cephas this Christmas. That's a bad thing, eh? And I only seen wisps of clouds in front of me. I mean the rain going somewhere else. Brilliant sunshine in Port of Spain.
But this year I ain't joking. I want the whole house rearranged. And if you didn't give me, I'm going to get it somehow. Don't wait until you drink your whole rum. You ask me where I get that from. I want money to buy a stove, money to get a fridge, money to get some milk, money to want some chairs, money for 2 bed spread, money loads for the bed, money for this Christmas. Yeah, see first.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. Street919fm.com.
See first.
He's the hardest working man on the street. He's the live wire.
Girl, you want to raise me pressure? Where are getting that money from? Them stores are bonus here, with no money to pay them. All you want is 2 yard cup and a bottle of rum. Some wine meat and provision, and we going to happen.
get some yes. Didn't want some jazz. Money for the bedspread. Money loads for the bed. Money for this Christmas. You get seafront.
See that man in the background with the fiddle? Baddest man in the street. Track called Cephas from Scrunter. We just drift into some traditional parang. Keep the Christmas vibe going. I see some people don't start to dance and all kind of thing, and so you know, give them something. Some Daisy Force here. Good evening to Trevor Michelle, walking us down on Iwer TV. Deadly Jimenez as well, down there in Princestown.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Greenwich trim on the inside. She is loving the music. Well, let's sing Christmas already. Oh, they're trying to say that we helping all. Let's see Christmas. I don't know which one is the better thing. Also want to say good afternoon to Jocelyn Pabaro. She's also locked on and listening on Facebook. Geneva Derby is also locked on Iwer TV on YouTube. As they listen to the sweet sound of the late great Queen of Parang, Daisy Force, and her Parang group, Avedina Pastora. And I really and truly feel that before Pastor Google come back, I was trying to make a organize. See if I could get a little 3-piece, 4-piece parang band in the studio. I ain't fooling all it. I feel I could make that happen. They'll come in, they'll do the thing, the maraca and the quattro, over get them out a flute, a little box bass or something. Well, not a box bass, but some sort of bass. They come in here, they behave themselves, they ain't break nothing, they get out of here and we like ourselves.
Que lo no defendía, a ninguna alma nacía. A ninguna alma nacía en ella pues parado. Yo vine porque sabía. Yo vine porque sabía cómo se prendió en candela el pueblo de Santa Lucía. ¿Qué camino cogería si cogió la desgracia? ¿Qué golpe no llevaría? Una mujer me llamaba, pero yo no le entendía. Pero yo no le entendía, miro que él no le defendía. A ninguna alma nacía. A ninguna alma nacía. En este fue parado. Yo vine porque sabía. Yo vine porque crecía. El que no sabe en la letra no puede dormir García. Yo vine porque sabía cómo se prendió en candela el pueblo de Santa Lucía. ¡Arriba, arriba! ¡Epa! Mira, la mujer me llamaba y yo no la entendía. No conozco esta esposa. Así es, magnífica. Tiene bastante candela en Santa Lucía. Pues vamos, chicos. ¿Qué camino coger, chicos? Allá, apúrate, apúrate. Caramba. Vamos, vamos, vamos. ¿Qué camino cogería si cogió de la desgracia? ¿Qué golpe no llevaría? ¿Qué golpe no llevaría? Una mujer me llamaba, pero yo no le entendía.
Boom! 3, 5, 4 from my come to jump till kingdom come. Please stop.
More from Carnival 2023.
Now I'm preparing to go. Down in it, right down in there, down in it, straight down.
Skinny Fabulous, and he's gonna be at Bougie in Tobago. The first premiere event of the Tobago Carnival 2022 is gonna be happening at the Pigeon Point Beach Heritage Park on October 25th. And Skinny Fabulous, straight out of St. Vincent, he's gonna be there alongside people like Viking Ding Dong, Farmer Nappy, and Iwer George himself.
Hear me? I like when they stand there.
They're drinking champagne and minding the business. Gonna be amazed and entertained.
Yes, sir. Bring something like Nessa.
At this Island Mix promotion event. And if you're in TNT and you're going across for the Bougie event on the 25th, you could get your tickets before you get across there at Anton's Pawn Shop, at the Pawn Center, locations on Frederick Street in Port of Spain, corner Henry Street and South Key, as well as Trinity Mall. You could also get your tickets at Linen World by JC at the Frederick Street location, Pennywise in Chaguanas, up at the Dial and at Carlton Center in San Fernando. Go to Tobago, get your tickets before you go to Tobago. For them Tobago people that get their tickets already, I'm pretty certain about that. Song called Sauce from the old Skinny Fabulous. Whenever I see Skinny Fabulous, I thought I was skinny. That is all I can say.
You know that I is the boss. Forward and rewind no pause. And when I sit down in the sauce, I'm dining with no remorse. Cause 3, 5, 4 from I come to jam till kingdom come. Please buy more rum. Cause right now we're preparing. And oh Lord, she body in control. And me water. And if you think I tell a lie, girl, I want to go. Down in it, right down in there. Down in it, straight down in there. Down in it, deep down in there. I down in the sauce. Down in it, right down in there. Down in it, deep down in there.
Music coming down there from Teddyson John. 21 minutes before the hour of 2 o'clock, and at 2, make way for Precious to do the her show, Precious show. It used to be the VNR, but that was when it was Vanessa and Robert. I guess Robert off doing something else.
A long time and we don't feel good till we party. And then
he have responsibility. He have more responsibilities now.
I trip into the morning cause this fat is my getaway.
So Precious is doing her thing come 2 o'clock. At which time I'm gonna be vacating the studio. And she's gonna take over from there. Track called Party Night, Teddyson John.
Party night, party night. Oh, so come let we take a little jam there. Wine and go down there, take a little jam. Oh, party night, party night. So come let we take a little jam. Wine and go down, take a little jam. Oh, long time me expect in the morning, boy. Vibing never let me down, boy. The last time I jam a bam bam was in a backyard jam. So now is the time to get naughty, and right now I come to party. So when you see me moving me body, whoa.
So already I cam waiting for Precious.
Party night, oh, so come let we take a little jam there, wine and go down there, take a little jam, oh, party night.
I know Precious is expecting you to wait for she too.
We take a little jam, wine and go down, take a little jam, oh.
Coming down there from a Problem Child.
Oh Lord, yeah. What you looking for? What you fight me for?
Come, if I had a waiter, I'd tell him to do that.
What you
I had that kind of way. Yes, you're skinny as.
You
come down, man.
Bad mind. You too. Soca. Bad mind. What you
He's the hardest working man on the street. The Live Wire.
What you hating for? What you minding my business for? You see you too. Bad mind. You too. Bad mind. Get up off my name. I'm begging you. Take my name out your mouth, please. I feel as you think I talk about when you say you're too front and fast. You mind people business anytime, anywhere. You're too front and fast. Anything I do, you want to do. And anything I have, you want to. And if I buy one, you must buy two. You little bad mind bugger like you. If I jump off a bridge, you can jump off too. You can jump off. If you know how much I can expense. You little bad mind bugger, yo. What you looking for? What you want to fight me for? What you hating for? What you minding my business for? You see you too. Bad mind. You too. Bad mind. What you looking for? What you want to fight me for? What you hating for? What you minding my business for? You see you too.
If you're locking us down anywhere in South,
You too.
don't get to realize that
Get up off my name.
Trevor Michelle is down there at Hillcrest Gardens, retrenched.
Your mouth, please. I feel as you think I talk.
I like to hear when people come from, places that are not necessarily common.
Anyway, you're too front and fast.
And they're locked on and listening.
You alone must have it.
Junior Wilson is also on the inside.
And you alone must run the place. And you alone must eat food.
And actually, that's not true, Junior.
Lord, after them.
But I mean, I have a role to play.
I talking to you.
Like the man Valentino say.
What you want to fight me for?
So I'm trying to play this role. Alright, I just play a role. This part I come out to play.
You too bad mind. You too.
Merlin Blackwell as well on the inside, locking us down on social media.
What you hating for? What you running my business for? Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Yeah. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Yeah. What you looking for? What you want to fight me for? What you hating for? What you running my business for? You see you too bad mind. You too.
And we had to get rid of them kind of people, them bad mind people. Always had to get rid of them.
What you fight me for? What you hate
This could get light without them.
my business for? You see you too
You see you? You see you? You too?
bad mind. Get up off my name, I'm begging you. Take my name out your mouth, please. Yeah. I feel as you feel my talk about when you say you're too front and fast. You mind people business anytime, anywhere. You're too front and fast. Anything I do, you want to. And anything I have, you want to. And if I buy one, you must buy two. You little bad mind bugger like you. If I jump off a bridge, you can jump off too. You can jump off. If you know how much I can expense. You little bad mind bugger, yeah. What you looking for? What you want to fight me for? What you hating for? What you minding my business for? You see you? Why yeah? Turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, yeah.
Double shot of Problem Child.
One jam.
This one is 2022, eh?
2, 3, 4 rounds. Tell them we go front hand.
Back in time, eh?
The whole party in a mess right now. Drinks in my head, vibes like it's me and my friends. I'm outside right now. We on the vibes, yeah. Up the vibes, yeah. Happy vibes, yeah. On the vibes, yeah. Up the vibes, yeah. Let's turn up your vibes right now. We bring the vibes, yeah. We bring the vibes. It's we who make the party nice. Whole time not them realize we run things. We bring the vibes, yeah. We bring the vibes. It's we who make the party nice. Whole time not them realize we run things.
And it's phenomenal. And it's phenomenal.
Yeah, we on the home stretch. I wanted to give us some Christmas again before we get out, you know. I will see what I can do for you.
Go take your time when you dip or tweet together. Obviously, the two of we just make each other better. Yeah. And if you hungry, my belly empty. Once I hit, then your belly full. If you're down, you know I will pull you up. That is just the way we just roll. We were right, we were wrong, we were weak, we were strong. Oh Lord, and we still never give up. We're still together, still feeling like we floating on a feather. And even when the rain fall, you're my umbrella. Plenty do it, but we just do it better. 'Cause this is real love. This is real love. I'm in real love. This is real love.
Well, yes, this is your boy Leon Caldero, alongside the one and only Optimus. When you hear me and Optimus come together, you must know it's Christmas time again. Seriously, listen.
He's the hardest working man on the street. He's the live wire.
Relaxing in the bed, in Patnatico Martin, megaphone in the head. 'Cause I thought I was dreaming, and I did that was dread. I heard a voice repeating, and this is what it said. Grab my hand,
the hardest working man on the street. He's the live wire.
Now, like I started feeling now. Like I started feeling now.
Guayco Tamana, Parang Soka, a little old string band. With a broke up good band. When it's the time to sing, they're joining up guitar string. But confuse the tongue when they fling down this little song. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance.
What?
Dance, 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 in your bell-bottom pants. What is this?
So all my friends them up in Shiny Granny men place like Tamana, Kumuto, Arima, Lockton, Kunaripo, Carmichael, Four Roads Tamana. Good afternoon. I'm going to leave all that just now.
I'm soca, a little old string band. With a broke up good band. When it's the time to sing, they're joining up guitar string. But confuse the tongue when they fling down this little song. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your bell-bottom pants. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your bell-bottom pants. And when you're moving, you go back so. And when you're bending, you bend down low. And when you turn, you go down low. Make sure the booty let go. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your bell-bottom pants.
All right, so this is where I have to start to make my exit. I descend out of the cloud that I usually sit on when I'm in the studio. That I invite you all to be on as well.
When papi them land, old fashion wagon, force mutaya. They do not even have a stick.
Coming up is the one Precious. We're going to be taking you all the way until 4 p.m.
We mouth hang open, the rest of parang and we weapon.
Sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it.
Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your bell-bottom pants. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your bell-bottom pants. And when you're moving, you go back so. And when you're shifting, let it go. And when you're goofy, just let go. Make sure that you go down low. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance, get these hands out my pants.
So be good to yourself and to others. Be good to yourself and to others until we meet again.
The weather beat with the rest of your body and I touch you right about
We'll try to do better the next time as usual.
the laws of gravity. A man with that kind of low face cast.
I'm leaving you with the sounds of
I understand how you
the great.
How the mouth and have no teeth to block it. When you put papi and them interfere.
Sprung along.
What is this?
Puppets.
Don't study papi and no did you know papi good.
And like I said, Precious is coming up next.
Confused all the way.
And I am the live wire.
Same amount that teeth that
I head in sour. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
the other day, you know, and tell me like the man making nothing old, it's soft. it come down the nuts. Bailar. Cantar. Like papi when the thing, cause of what he sing. We with me fancy dress, couldn't beat better than vest. Ask papi what he have to say. He say it is a nice day, but pretty clothes is boo. Sing, that's what you come to do. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your palazzo pants. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance. Dance that dance in your palazzo pants. And when you're rolling, go down so. And when you're rolling, roll it low. And if you ever bend down low, make sure you go till let go. Dance, papi dance, papi dance, papi dance.
The weekend.
Yo. It's a feel-good weekend.
On the street. Where we turn down the talk and turn up the music. Playing all your favorite songs and artists of yesterday and today.
We sing, send me after them before. When all the sun get red, I'm
here on The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
The murder toll continues to rise. The nation is in mourning tonight.
3 people have been found dead. A soldier was shot dead at
a quadruple murder in Beverly Hills, Laventille.
Where are we right now?
We say bring back love.
Bring back love. How we end up here today.
Bring back peace.
Bring back peace. Be your brother's keeper. We say bring back peace on the street.
Peace. Bring back peace on the street.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes. 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Carnival Ride
Want to furnish your home in style? Fernando. Stylish furniture for the style in you.
Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your event celebrity cast starring Showin Winchester, Farmer Nabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dance Swabby, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Skinny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
It's all about the fastest growing reggae show in the land without a doubt. Right here on the Street 919 FM. Each and every Sunday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. with yours truly, MC Duke, alongside Selector Kochi. So make it a date and don't be late. Rock and come in, so line up, link up, creep up. You don't know reggae rock each and every Sunday. Salute Gadamawi, King Selassie.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Never, bring drinks, man, bring sips. Your friends are here. Never. Bring on drinks. I said to bring on sex, man. Never, never. Never, never. Never, never. Never, never. You say I'm passing by everybody. In Wheaton and in the country. Make sure you suck up your bag. Artists in America. Bring the mansion. Bring the babash. Bring the whiskey. Bring the brandy, bring the butter, bring the butter, never, 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 never. Can't you let when you're looking? 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 Wake up early Christmas morning to see me house to have nothing. Hungry and care about her. I know you're living fast, so I jump in my car. No, you cannot hide from me, cause I'm man hungry. I don't know what to do, so I come in by you. Bring out the money, I eat dry bread. Can't you let when you're looking? 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 Them New York come Trinidad, everything cool, everything really fine. Long time I don't come back home to enjoy myself for Christmas. Alright, this girl Caroline, she's a good friend of mine, she always have real life. But let me tell you this one time, this girl she got the sweetest wine that really blows my mind. This girl she got the sweetest wine, then she was on my spine. Well, long time I don't check Caroline for the real fine wine. It make me eye touch the sky, me not lie, me body can't function. So soothing, just soothing, make me move in slow motion. You understand me, Capitan? This girl, she got the sweetest wine that really blows my mind. This girl, she got the sweetest wine, then she will down my spine. Well, Christmas time is here again. It's the fiesta, alignment with all your friends. It's the fiesta, right around the Christmas tree. My name is Daddy G, better known General Grant. It's a Merry Christmas for you and you. All right, everybody. We got this Scotch chanting. Bring out this Scotch chanting. Hey, with the baba, show the beer. Don't forget food to eat. Yes, ham and fasting. Food and go. It's Christmas time. Everybody. Moving from house to house. Christmas time. We moving from house to house. Hey, Christmas time. We moving from house to house. Christmas time. We going from house to house. Hey, Christmas time. We moving in the city. Straight to the country. Hey, we go Central Bossy. Hey, we doing celebrating, sharing and giving. Hey, let me start the banging. Everybody knows something about. We moving from house to house. Christmas time, we moving from house to house. Christmas time, going from house to house. Hey, Christmas time, we moving from house to house. Yeah, Christmas. Let me go. Early Christmas morning. I just finished hanging up the curtain. I done go the ham and do me baking. I finished some sorrel I was making. Then I hear my neighbor Patsy. She said she have something for me. As soon as I reach cut by she is all kind of thing she offer me. I don't want no rum and ginger beer. I just want your sweet wine. I have so much pastel I could share. Your sweet wine. This time only come but once a year. I just want your sweet wine. Any kind of wine you line don't care. Just bring it here. Put it on the table. Rest it on the floor. Any way you're able. I'm coming for more. Girl, I want it. Girl, I want it. Girl, I want your sweet wine. Just give me your. Just give me your. Just give me your sweet wine.
No matter what religion, no matter what faith, every day is Christmas, and God is always great. Coming to my house, sit down at my table, laugh, eat and drink, but we should be thankful. Merry Christmas to mankind. God is love, God is love. Peace and love with bread and wine. God is love, God is love. Mother, father, and the child. Sharing love is so divine. God is love. Joy. Spreading joy. Spreading joy, joy. Spreading joy. Spreading
This is Christmas, y'all have a Merry Christmas. This is Christmas, a sweet drink made of Christmas. This is Christmas, y'all have a Merry Christmas. This is Christmas, a sweet drink made of Christmas. Hey!
It's Christmas time to have fun. Out in islands under the sun. Everybody moving as one. Hey.
We jumping around, we having fun, we drinking liquor, everybody as one. We having a time, Christmas is the line, so drink up your wine. Drink up, get it. This is Christmas, so have a Merry Christmas. This is Christmas, a sweet drink made of Christmas. This is Christmas, so have a Merry Christmas. This is Christmas, a sweet drink made of Christmas. Hey!
Joy for all the nations rise.
my city again. You make this parcel with pump city, see that one? Oh, this is a such mango parcel? Oh, okay.
Wipe your feet and come in. It's the Precious House.
I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do. Neighbor, I'm still going and come by you.
If you only know.
On the inside. Meet my body gates.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
You ain't what I'm saying, or what?
Sandra, if you only know what was going on behind the scenes, you would understand why my face looking so, my goodness. It happens when you're dealing with equipment and technology. But if I tell you nothing, you will never know. But you see, you're watching me live on Facebook, so you see my whole facial expression. I'm like, oh gosh, can you start? Yeah, don't do me that now. But it's back up and it's running. So good afternoon, TNT. 17 minutes past the hour of 2 o'clock. Oh my gosh, nice sunshine on the outside. Oh, you look outside. Blue sky, white clouds. Oh my gosh, it's a good day to have a good day. As we count down to Christmas. Yesterday it was 73 more days. Today will be 72. Counting down. I want to thank Jason Shield, aka the Live Wire, for holding it down. Steady mood for me, so nice. All you coming. Wipe your foot and come in the house, pack away. No, not pack away. When you start to pull down the house for Christmas, but how you just call it? When the chairs push to the side, everything done start to cover down. You pull along the house? That's what I just call it. Oh, too early. Let me do a roll call real quick because I see the phone lines already blinking. I want to let me a chance to breathe now. I'm not reaching inside. I ain't even put the mat by the door yet. Love going out to my girl Kamika already live on the Facebook. They're telling us that it's total local Thursdays too. And then on a Thursday, that come on the Facebook and the YouTube. Papa Keisha, your foot clean. Come in. Love going out to Angie St. Paul. Janet Armstrong. Susanna Rivera and Diego Martin. Love going out to the entire DeBeek family. Shack lady. Miss Bashley. Love going out to Manu. Zena Swanky Gemma. Triple G. Yes, you'll definitely get that Spanish woman today. Love going out to Linda Briggs out there in Maloney. Mr. Bagel Sunshine. On Facebook Live, so look at Comey, Philomena, Dexter, all the way out there in Philly. Now we're going to preacher Mr. Panadol. Mr. Panadol, I saw you calling yesterday. Your number just show up on the screen and then somebody else call and bump you on. So it wasn't my fault. So don't feel I saw you calling and I didn't answer. Next call came in while you were calling and bump you. Love going out to Mr. U1, Mr. Marabella, Mr. Porter Spade, Mr. Claxton Bay, Mr. La Hocketa, Brother Hollis out there in Canada, my good friend Trisha out there in Quebec, Canada as well. Uncle Leslie in Florida. Of course, Uncle Lennox right here in Belmont. Now we're going to Lenny. That's my taxi driver friend on Laventille Road, also Garth. And to Village. Andrea Venaruka Cruikshank. I didn't hear from you yesterday. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're healing. And I definitely hope you're out of the hospital. Love going out to Mrs. Matthews and your son Russell, always locked on a move on. Temple the Taylor, Lady Clark, and Malik. Wahida and your daughter Cassie. Patricia in Lacano. Love going out to Lynn. Twins Rosalind and Rosanna. Macy, Nat. Chantal out there in Camuto. Diamond Man. And of course, OG and your wife. Amos, Cambridge on the Facebook. Anne Marie Gonzalez also on the Facebook. Hey, you're looking us down from Atlanta. Bit of a cell. Also love going out to Eden and Toko. So Eden, here's what's happening. We only playing new soca parang, going into Christmas, into Carnival. So you see that Deputy Essential Penguin? I really play that right now. Hey, come here feeling for a cold strong punch. I feel plenty of pop. They're going out to Ray Young, Festina. Saying I'm in the mood to start cleaning up my house for Christmas. I was wondering if it's too early. But when I see you push all the chairs to the side and you clear out the living room, I mean, where we sitting. Isaac. you so much. It's Maroon. Is Maroon? Yeah, Maroon. Papa Ray, you need to watch out. This guy look like a Sunday pie. Well, the way things go, pie once I eat. So getting ready to connect with you guys. Remember, we have your quote of the day coming up inside this hour. We also have your entertainment news at 3 o'clock. And we've started a new segment featuring a Calypsonia. Yesterday, I know you all enjoyed that Lord Nelson. Can't wait to tell you guys who I have coming up this afternoon, right after the entertainment news, where we feature Calypsonia, play their music, and we share information of them with you. So my door open. So you know what you gotta do.
Your feet and come in. It's the Precious House.
You're telling yourself all year. Hello, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon,
Like you was waiting by the gate.
Yeah. I wipe my foot on the floor cloth and I say, I stand them by.
Papa, come inside and sit yourself. Have yourself a seat.
Yeah, man, but I want a cane chair to sit down on a long time cane chair. Them carry break under you at all, you know.
Where you getting that cane chair?
Well, you have to get them some inheritance.
You have to make that. Same selling them kind of thing again.
Some inheritance, some for parent or somebody, grandparent should give that to you. Anyway.
We're going to get a hocket home.
Well, in the locality, we have water today. We have some sunlight. You know how long I see sunlight up here?
Oh, gosh.
So we have some sunlight today. And so the show goes on. Yeah. So I want to say good afternoon to Lenny.
Papa, you are Lenny's friend.
Yeah, well, I just like how I say that. And tempo the killer.
Yes.
And tempo your voice nice, but you could talk to the PD, you could change your job, boy.
Papa.
Yeah. Tempo, you could go into broadcasting now, and you could still hustle at the side with your killering. Yeah. So good afternoon, Mr. Forrester, and good afternoon, Mr. Panadol, and my boy, Alien Man. Yeah, and I hear you have a new one of Village. Yeah, man. So, everything okay? Well, it's some bright and sprightly, like 7 up.
Boy, if I tell you how the show start behind the scenes, I said, Lord, Father, not today. I know start. Who do me that?
Right. My tune for today is Big B. Right? Big B.
Big beat.
More power. Play more power.
Big
play more power. Well, Big beat.
Big beat.
Yeah, Big B is a one of guitarists for days, you know.
Okay.
He should sing otherwise on his own, and I think he should assist away for that Shakuna, the correspondent himself. I think they should work together. Yeah.
What's his name?
So,
Big Beat?
Big B.
As in I get big now?
Yeah, as in Bigfoot.
Right, and beat as in when your mother beat you?
Yeah. Belly. B as in belly.
Okay. I look at it.
Play more power. Play more power. Yeah?
All right, then I'll find it.
Yeah, man. So you take care.
You too. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my darling.
Hey, man, oh, come inside. I say, sit for you in the front.
Well, I was lucky to get a chair from Guyana. Let me see how some people Rattan chair.
Rattan chair?
Rattan, A-N.
Okay. I don't know what kind of chair is that.
You go to China and get that kind of material. Yes.
Tell him he's that chair for himself to sit down on that.
Yeah.
So what's going on, Mano?
I'm here waiting for something to eat. I get nothing hot inside. And if they go outside, more hot.
Yeah, outside real hot. Thank God for the little sunshine to dry up that water.
Yeah. So, Mr. Rogita, call somebody in Guyana. Call Kanai, Ran Kanai. Because send them here for you. They're expensive, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Manu, you say you ain't eat yet?
No, I ain't not
But
yet.
what trouble is this? 2:30 in the afternoon you eat yet?
Somebody tell me to bring some food for him, but boy, I tell you.
Well, you wait for that food.
Don't depend on people, huh?
Nah, they would bring it, man. They would bring it. They would bring it.
Cook your own thing, don't depend on nobody.
All right, Manu.
But there are little time again, they say, man, next 10 minutes.
What's that?
I like saltfish, man.
Well, I know you like saltfish.
Ah, no pepper at all.
All right, then, man.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
You know what I want?
Uh-huh.
Well spoke my bus by Sparrow.
That's a Christmas carol?
Yeah, Christmas song.
What's the name of it?
Them crew come from, they come in Christmas time.
What's the
and
name of
they get
it?
the song, they couldn't even talk good.
What's the name of it?
Anyway, well spoke my bus by Sparrow.
All right,
Yeah.
we don't hear me.
So the people are born at that is among them.
Hello, good afternoon. Mr. Cruikshank? Who's this?
Aruka. Andrew from Aruka.
Hey, Andrew, how are you? How is Aruka?
Good.
Oh gosh, like it's phone trouble inside here. I hardly hear anybody.
There's some sun up here, yeah. How are you playing with Parang the wrong house, man?
You're Parang the wrong house? All right, then you'll get that one. Everything good with you? All right, then. So, guys, you know, as we keep in with the Christmas spirit, let me take Gems and then I'll go back into the music. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President.
Hi, Gems. I see you calling, girl. You gotta get speed dial. What's going on, Gems?
Are you there?
Gem, are you ever parang the wrong house?
No, I never used to go in nobody else to Parang. I never used to do that.
Oh, you never used to go
come
to
by
the
me.
place? Oh, okay.
Yes, I never used to go.
All right.
They used to come by me, even when I was living in Levantil. People used to come home by us every Christmas to Parang. And them days, my mother polished the floor. That time was wood floor, eh? And when she done polish, and you had to go down on the ground and shine that floor with that piece of cloth. My father bringing a whole set of Parang people and take off all the polish on the...
And you better fix that face, you know.
Boy, she used to be mad. Yeah.
So what can I do for you this afternoon?
I want to hear Manzanare by the Lara Brothers.
Oh, I never got in Spanish, you know.
No, listen. Precious. You see the Lara Brothers? When I used to play music, they used to play music for me and my deceased husband.
And what's the name of the parang?
Manzanare. They the Lara Brothers.
Manzanare?
Yes,
Lord,
Lara Brothers.
All right, then if I find it, I'll play it.
Yeah.
If I tell you what I get in Spanish, you wouldn't believe. All right, then, Gemma. Have a good one.
Okay, you too.
Thank you so much. So, guys, as we get ready to jump back inside the music with all of your requests inside Precious House, let's start with one that I actually found. Mighty Sparrow, Well Spoke. That's a Christmas song? Well Spoken, my pause. Let me take it in and see. Mano.
Half the trouble in the world today comes from people who don't know what to say. They like to use words that's big and long, and they know when they're using it wrong. Some moppers come by me last Christmas Day, eat me out and drink me in the washed away. I had a swell time, they started to boast. But before I go, let me make a toast. And they tell me, here's to my good friend, I wish that he and everybody live in enmity. I wish him ill health and adversity, disaster and strife eternally. I second the motion.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
I grab me cutlass and I tell the louse, you better get to hell out me house. You can't do him that. And next one said to me, what he said should make you feel happy. I was shocked because this was a friend of mine. I tired lending money, we just get along fine. So when he say he liked the remark, I say he must be booze and making skylark. But he said, may your cup of sorrow never run dry. May misfortune follow you until the day you die. You are such a nice, quiet, illiterate lad. Your obnoxious company make me feel glad. I said, man, devotion.
I'm still trying to figure out if this is a soca parang. Mano, where with me? This is more like it.
Baila, señorita. Merry Christmas.
The Street 919 FM.
Totoro and the family used to live right next door to me. Then one day he moved away, went and lived in Claxton Bay. We always used to party, we always had we fun. A ring dong parent. We decide to give him one, but Totoro started to laugh at me when we told him this story. We parent the wrong house. Then after money keeping it, we parent the wrong house. But then after Totoro, we parent the wrong house. So the man put on level the dog, we parent the wrong house. 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 Baila! Baila, señorita! When we reach in front of the gate, quietly we congregate. We ready to start to play. Surprise parade in Claxton Bay. We sing an Aguinaldo. We sing a Serenade. We sing a Mantanare. And a Ray Minor Love Way. This parade go be real sweet. So Toro go jump up on the feet. We parang the wrong house. I take it right, I ain't moving. We parang the wrong house. People never tell people. We parang the wrong house. 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 Baila! Sí, señorita. Baila. Roy and Sheila reach up late, tiptoe in front the gate. Suddenly we see a light. All we eyes them open bright. As we feel quattro playing, Roy come with the mandolin. Gene and Jerry singing. Then Sandra start dancing. But how come the door ain't open yet? Totoro must be vexed. We parang the wrong house. If I want to get out of the house, we parang the wrong house. Living in a bar. We parang the wrong house. We parang the wrong house. We parang the wrong house.
Hi, Precious. Good day. This is Tempo, the tailor. Can I hear Kalyan Christmas Groove, please? Thank you, Precious. Love, love, love. Mr. Lockita, enough love, Mr. Lockita.
Could you give me that funky Christmas story? You know the one about Joe and Mary, baby.
This one taking us back to the year 1974.
You know that
Kalyan Christmas Groove.
Christmas groove. Keep me on the move. Now little baby. Give it to me heavy, promise I'll be cool. Now tell me about Joe and Mary trucking on that funky donkey.
Hey, Granny, could you tell me the real funky Christmas story?
Whoa, Mary the mother, she couldn't go no further. And like a perfect stranger, Christ was born in a manger. Mary the mother, she couldn't go no further. And like a perfect stranger, Christ was born in a manger. Them three wise men were hip on a great big morning star. They were on a trip from land so very far, far, far. Now with that story groovy, all about Jesus' birth, let it move you like it moved me. Now it's down to earth.
Hey, Granny, why don't you tell me the real hip funky Christmas story?
Mary the mother, she couldn't go no further. And like a perfect stranger, Christ was born in a manger. Mary the mother, she couldn't go no further. And like a perfect stranger, Christ was born in a manger. Mary the mother, she couldn't go no further. And like a perfect stranger,
If I tell you I'm trying to catch my beat on this beat. It's like every time I catch a beat, I go on off beat again. Angie St. Paul, I have your request coming up. Miss Ellen Hawketta, my apologies. I did not find Big Beat. Play more parang. But Angie, I found your request. You wanted to hear Nigel Cotier, Christmas Together.
Call out to your neighbor.
Call out to your friends.
Come, let's spend
Christmas together. The Street 919 FM. Can you feel it? It's in the air.
I call to one and all. Start up the music. Let's have a ball. Watch you play the song
While we sing along.
Thrill in my hand.
While we sing parang.
Children laugh and sing.
To the joy it brings.
Eats and drinks for so.
I cheer you know. To have a Merry Christmas. A Merry Christmas is all we aim for.
So call out to your neighbor.
Call out to your friends.
Come, let's spend
Christmas together.
Wake up this morning, you know where we going. Victoria Village, we parangin'.
Auntie in St. Joseph, don't leave home. We coming with box space and shack shack.
We parangin'.
In Pleasantville,
the band passing.
In Monrepo,
parang we go.
St. Madeleine,
carols we sing.
Coquille,
we parangin' day.
To have a Merry Christmas, a Merry Christmas is all we aim for.
So call out to your neighbor.
Call out to your friends.
Come, let's spend
Christmas together.
Brianna, heading across to St. John.
St. Joseph Village.
No, we have to go to Isabella too.
It's Sando East.
With that, it's Cola San Fernando parangin' with us.
We going everywhere.
Yes, sir. We come back again. Nigel Coutier, Brian Manning. Christmas together. Hey. Yes, man. Tell them, Brian.
To have a Merry Christmas, a Merry Christmas is what we aim for.
So call out to your neighbor.
Call out to your friends.
Come, let's spend
Christmas together.
Keep on passing. Parang we go. Carols we sing. We parang in day. Call out to your neighbor.
Call out to your friends.
Come, let's spend
Christmas together.
And guys, don't miss Diwali deals at Furniture Plus today. Enjoy 20% off bedroom collections and dining sets, up to 25% off sectionals and accent chairs, up to 25% off appliances and outdoor furniture, up to 30% off home office, and up to 40% off youth bedroom and more. No cash, don't worry yourself. Higher purchase plans available. Check them out. Furniture Plus. All stores open Monday to Saturday. Arima, San Juan, St. James, and San Fernando stores open Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. For more information, you can check their social media and the press for details. Roy, I got your request coming up for you right now. You wanted to hear some Lennox Picot. Enjoy yourself. Christmas is a time to spread joy and to spread love, and it should be extended all throughout the year. You only play nice with people for Christmas because you give a gift.
Have a nice time tonight. 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 Have a good time tonight. Have a good time tonight. Have a nice time tonight. Have a nice what you do? Jump up on, shake up on, wind up on, wind up on. Enjoy yourself, 'cause it's Christmas. Enjoy yourself. Let me drink up joy yourself. Come on, party, enjoy yourself. Tell them I go. Christmas is a time to be happy. Christmas is a time to get on. And everybody come to make merry. Everybody wants to have fun. Come on, baby, mama music, come join with me. Don't you worry, what will be will be. What do you do? Enjoy yourself, 'cause it's Christmas. Enjoy yourself. Let me drink up joy yourself. Come on, party, enjoy yourself. And make merry, enjoy yourself. Hold on, partner. Para, enjoy yourself. Hey, what's up? Find the thing, boy. I see you. Hey, Charlie, boy. You know you're thinking the back there, boy. It's Christmas time, you know. All them boys come and bring the thing, now, man. Pull up the cooler. Give me a taste, man. I can't stay long because we have to go to Philly, boy. We going up there. Fight and all them boys, they're going to the after. Bring it straight. I can't stay long. Watch it. Yesterday is gone and forgotten. Tomorrow is another day. This is our festival season, and Parantoka music will play. Celebration bacchanal in Temple City. The whole nation bubbling with glee. Oh, yo. Enjoy, 'cause it's Christmas. Let me drink up. Come on, party. I make merry.
That's the voice of Lennox Picot. I mean, it's Christmas. What else you could do but enjoy yourself? House full of food, drinks, good company. For 2 years, we didn't have a good Christmas, you know. And we are getting ready to jump inside the quote of the day. It's coming up now.
Time to get into your quote of the day inside Precious House.
Yes, you know we do the quote of the day inside Precious House every day, Monday to Thursday, at 10 to the hour of 3 o'clock. So today's quote of the day is, you can't do ugly things to people and expect to live a beautiful life. Again, you can't do ugly things to people and expect to live a beautiful life. So remember, be kind to people, because there is a God and there is something named karma. Do unto others as you would like done unto yourself, and more so your children. And when you feel the urge to do an ugly towards someone for no reason, remember the quote, you can't do ugly things to people and expect to live a beautiful life. And that was your...
It's time to get into your quote of the day inside Precious House.
I'm going to take in a voice note. LH, how are you, girl? How are you going? Hope everything is well with you and your mom. I see Alien Man message me, so let me see what's he's saying.
Good afternoon, Precious. Eels here. A busy girl, a flying and a picking up a building. I can get Leon Caldero run. And good afternoon to everybody, all the listeners, all the viewers, everybody. I'm real busy. I can't stay. Thanks.
Well, thanks for messaging me still. Here's your Leon Caldero run.
Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. A ella le gusta, como le encanta. Me señorita from Venezuela. I invited her to this barrancoca. You know it's Christmas time and we drinking homemade wine. She don't want none of that. All she asks you for is what? Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. A ella le gusta, como le encanta. You could keep your money cool.
Hey, I like money cool, don't do me that.
South and Callaloo. Boy, none of that will do. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. A ella le gusta, como le encanta. Mía. She say when she go home, she tell her friends and family what a real good time she had down there in Trini. She don't want no pilau, callaloo and pastel. She don't want none of that. All she asking for is what? Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. A ella le gusta, como le encanta. You could keep your money cool. Iguana and a blue. South and Callaloo. But none of that will do. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. A ella le gusta, como le encanta. Mía. She say how she can't wait for Christmas next year. She don't have she backpack and she don't have she FA. She ain't drinking no sorrel, bunch of creme or ginger beer. She ain't drinking none of that. All she asking for is what? Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. Me gusta más, dame más. A ella le gusta, como le encanta. You could keep your money cool. Iguana and tattoo. South and Callaloo. Boy, none of that will do. Me gusta
Come in. It's the Precious House.
As we make our way to the hour 3 o'clock, kind of switch up the vibes a little bit.
There's nothing new if it's
This is the voice of a Prince George and Justy Rum.
It's just the rum.
Brand new for Carnival 2023.
You can punch it with ice. Head gun and start the talk ice. Don't judge me. Maybe it's just the rum. It's not me. Do not criticize. If I hold a bumper too tight, don't judge me. Maybe it's just the rum. It's not me. If I hold on your waist and treat you with grace and wind out your body, maybe it's just the rum. It's not me. And if I make you wet till you're dripping sweat in front of everybody, maybe it's just the rum. It's not me. Cause when I come out to party, no time to study nobody. Mr. Loose in the bed, they just call me. They can't take me, call the army. Cause there's nothing new. If I see me behavior, stinking the party. It's just the rum, it's not me. She come out of bed tonight, moving like she don't have a man. Yeah, what she tell me? Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. She all over the dance, look at spots behind she white pants. Yeah, what she tell me? Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. Why is the lifting? Now she kick off she shoe and climb up the fence and wind out her body. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. I guess she vexed before she get undressed in front of everybody. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. Cause when she come out to party, no time to study nobody. Mrs. Loose in the bed, they disguise it. They can't take she call the army. She bad. Cause there's nothing new if you see her behavior stinking the body. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. It's the rum, it's the rum. It's not me. I know I guess she vexed before she get undressed in front of everybody. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. Cause when we come out to party, no time to study nobody. Mr. and Mrs. Loose to the skyway. They can't take away, call the army. Cause there's nothing new if you see me behave, you're stinking the party. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me.
You've got bills to pay. And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
The steel pan, the only musical instrument invented in the 20th century, is a reflection of the perseverance and innovativeness of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which have always been central to our development as a nation. And the steel pan story epitomizes this, carved out of life and struggle and determination, rising out of the spirit of the African drum. The steel pan stands today as evidence of innovativeness, creativity, and passion for life integral to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is Kwesi Paul. Join me each and every Sunday from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight on the street 91.9 FM.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Mother's Life. Mother's Life is a Juve carnival experience like no other, where mud is used as a colorful, cleansing, life-giving elixir. Mother's Life will be the biggest, dirtiest, most beautiful event for the first official Tobago carnival ever. This is a mass to enlighten the masses and let the whole world know of the potent power of the neoteric mud formula indigenous to the majestic, magical Isle of Tobago. Tobago, are you ready to make history? As people from all around the world come together to celebrate Mud Mass as the original traditional Tobago Mass, as it was in the beginning. Everything is mud, mud and more mud, mud and mud. Mud is life!
Tobago, get ready to celebrate Mud Mass with Mud is Life.
Mud is life.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival Fever. Book your passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago.
Where
the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its carnival, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the street. 919 FM.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108. Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street, 919 FM.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio.
You
are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. This Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Wipe your feet and come in. It's the Precious House.
So good afternoon and welcome back to the Precious Show inside Precious House. I have your entertainment news coming up right now for you. It's just about 5 minutes past the hour of 3 o'clock. Remember, E-News is sponsored by Direct TV Scoreline. A tagline rather, score the game.
Football is full of bandwagoners. You know them. The ones who support Brazil at breakfast and Argentina in the afternoon. Who pick Portugal to win it all. Then switch sides when Spain scores a screamer. We all know that person. And with Direct TV, there are 64 games for them to learn some football loyalty. Jump on the bandwagon and score with every game from Direct TV. Watch all 64 World Cup games live from the comfort of your home for only $250 for 2 months. Plus, get free installation, 4 HBO channels and more sports, more movies and more series. Don't miss this sit of a chance to score great value. Call us at 877-4388 to get started.
So... here's what's making entertainment news. Calypsonian Explainer will be buried on Friday, 14th of October 2022. Explainer's daughter and manager Stajan Mason confirmed on social media that the funeral service for her dad will take place Friday at 9:30 a.m. at the Queen's Park, Savannah. She said in the post that there would also be a procession down Frederick Street onto Independence Square. A public viewing of Explainer's body was held at the Queen's Park, Savannah earlier today from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Fans are being encouraged to wear something red at the funeral as a symbol of love, strength, and victory. And that was your entertainment news, sponsored by Direct TV. Tagline, score the game.
Football is full of bandwagoners. You know them. The ones who support Brazil at breakfast and Argentina in the afternoon. Who pick Portugal to win it all. Then switch sides when Spain scores a screamer. We all know that person. And with Direct TV, there are 64 games for them to learn some football loyalty. Jump on the bandwagon and score with every game from Direct TV. Watch all 64 World Cup games live from the comfort of your home for only $250 for 2 months. Plus, get free installation, 4 HBO channels and more sports, more movies and more series. Don't miss this sit of a chance to score great value. Call us at 877-4388 to get started.
So guys, today's featured Calypsonian is Explainer. Winston Henry, better known as Calypsonian Explainer, was born on November 13th, 1947 and passed away last Friday, October 7th. Explainer started singing calypso in 1969 and, according to his autobiography, joined the Southern Brigade Calypso tent that same year. Explainer was introduced to Lord Kitchener the next year in 1970 and was quickly added to the cast on the Calypso Review, where he sang from 1970 to 1974. One of his earliest recordings, titled You Got to Pay, spoke about injustice and karma. This is it.
because of karma.
Shining the spotlight on the late great explainer.
There's an unseen book which you and I doesn't see. It never overlooks the doings of humanity. You might be mafia or a millionaire. You must remember you are bigger than Jah. Yeah, you gotta pay. Your own things I say, you're going to answer for them one day. Yeah, you gotta pay. Your own things I say, you're going to answer for them one day. You say you're bad. You must understand, you carry the burden the man once had. You might be a king, or maybe a lord, but if you live by the sword, you're bound to die by the sword. Pay, you have to pay. Your own things I say, you're going to answer for them one day. Answer for them one day.
So Explainer entered Scouting for Talent in 1980 and he won the first prize, which he said the winner was paid more than the National Calypso Monarch. Explainer decided to protest in song against the prize by singing Not Me and the Monarchy.
The Street 919 FM.
The man and the moment you've all been waiting for. The Explainer!
This is the Crown of Thorns. A message to the Canada Development Committee. Every day people telling me I throw away the monarchy, the wrong song I choose to sing. That's how Stalin come to win. I said, don't be angry, that crown means nothing to me. That is a crown of thorns, it kills the Calypsonian. I tell them, that is the problem. Why the monarchy and live in a shanty? Not me and the monarchy, not me. You see, spoken with Holly B, value more than the monarchy, not me and the monarchy, not me. I know the king and Calypso does be treated like a puppy show. Family, the title they give to me has no gain financially. The queen of that village just smiled she way across the stage. She's given a Toyota to drive straight out of the savannah. I tell them, that is the problem. If they believe in, well continue singing. Not me and the monarchy, not me. You see scouting with Holly B, value more than the monarchy. Not me and the monarchy, not me. I know the king and Calypso does be treated like a puppy show.
this song, Sisson's Paints decided to increase the prize money from TT $1,000 to TT $12,000, according to Explainer. Now, Explainer was also called the messenger because, apart from party songs, he composed the songs explaining the problems and oppression of the poor man. And in 1979, he released a song titled Mr. Africa. Shining the spotlight on the late, great Explainer today inside your featured Calypsonian segment.
As a cosmopolitan nation, with three races as majority, the people facing the most frustration is the black man like you and me. We see the Indians prospering, the Chinese capitalizing, but the African man had this confused mind. That is why the race still lagging behind. A black man was head of the police force. The police said they want me to be the boss. Mr. African, creating your condemnation. The Indians will like a man to run this country. The black people want to kill Afro Willie. Mr. African, creating your condemnation. The Chinese will like to see Rex West win the crown. Black people will pay to come here and boom me down. Mr. African, creating your condemnation.
The Street 919 FM.
When a black man gets in position, he runs to society, neglect his people, his race, his complexion, cause he find they're too powerful he. Now his friend is the Chinese, gambling with Assyrians and Portuguese. But the Indian man, he thinks differently. Every Indian for he is a family. Every race today is an organized man. How come we have an association? Mr. African, creating your condemnation. And tell me one day in the history of this nation, you hear a Chinese man rape a Chinese woman. Mr. African, creating your condemnation. Tell me which race again in the world you know. Just watch the women and call she, yo, African, creating your condemnation. I'm not preaching racialism, but let's face reality. Hear what is causing the big confusion. Hear what is causing the tragedy. Imagine as we make the steel ban, we stand among the best in education. And despite we have this talent and brain, yet still black people lying in the drain. Put a black man to be a supervisor. The first man he'll fire is the black brother, Mr.
African.
Creating your
Tune to make you sit down and open your ears and really take in
into the black pushers to push morphine.
The late Explainer
to your black brothers, Mr.
With that one called Mr. African. Well, continuing to make a name for himself and gaining popularity, Explainer went global when he joined ace producer Mr. Ralston Charles, who produced the immortal Lorraine. The highly infectious song was an instant hit with locals and fans abroad, and the song made it to the British charts at position number 35 when it was released in 1982.
Better wake up. I need a jet plane to take me non-stop. I can't stay in New York City when there's sunshine and
to be jamming with Calian and Charlie's roots clashing. Everyone happy partying, and I'm freezing in Brooklyn. Darling, darling, don't cry, I'm leaving. I can't miss this jamming with all that steel band beating and woman background shaking. If you want fight your baby, then you could come and join me inside Caterie's steel band, jamming with some man woman. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Lauren, you take it easy. I don't mean to hurt you, baby. The coldness making me shiver, and back home it hot like fire. That is why I said the next jet plane must take me to Water State. Yeah, my fans are waiting, preparing for Juve morning. Darling, Lauren, don't cry, I'm leaving. I can't miss this jamming with all them steel band beating and woman background shaking. If the buck bite your baby, then you could come and join me inside Caterie's steel band, jamming with some man woman.
And one thing I didn't know about this song, I didn't know this song made it to the British chart. Number 35. Wow.
Babe, my mind is made up. Airport Kennedy would be my next stop. Don't cry and try to convince me, cause my suitcase done pack already. And if you start feeling lonely and mass fever vibrating your body, just make a quick reservation and touch down in the land of steel band.
Well, it's a song he's most known for, Lorraine. The voice of Explainer inside the feature Calypsonian for today. And Explainer took Calypso around the world during his 43-year career and performed in Europe, North America, South America, and all across the world. But he was very, very aware of what was happening in the land of his birth, TNT, and dropped this political gem, Kicks in Parliament.
The Street 919 FM.
I think the government in this country should treat the people more seriously when they have their parliament meeting. Something constructive should be happening. I visit them one evening in the parliament meeting. But what I see happening? Like these people high over cocaine. Why is the speaker speaking? In parliament the Dixon. Eric with a newspaper reading. In parliament the Dixon. They want to stop old people from driving. In parliament the Dixon. Get the long say joke they making. In parliament the Dixon. Dixon all the time. Blowing everybody mind. Dixon all the time. Blowing everybody mind. I know this country have problems and there's nobody to solve them. The opposition make it gross, so the big boys could play in the house. We can't get lights, neither water. Look at the situation with Wassa. They only making confusion, billing calls for horses to run. Why is the speaker speaking? In parliament the Kingston. Murray with Tobago flag flying. In parliament the Kingston. Sean Pandey always arguing. In parliament the Kingston. They want to build course for horse racing. In parliament the Kingston. Kingston all the time. Blowing everybody mind. Dixon all the time. Blowing everybody mind. Food stuff on a shortage daily. Business places running in the city. Before they watch these things seriously, the only thing is a comedy. Ridicule and the fatty giving, and all of the members laughing. Whilst they having a good time, big action we royal behind. Why is the speaker speaking? In parliament the Kingston. working, making sweet, I was said when. In Parliament, the king said. So much of dirty water we drinking. In Parliament, the king said. We have a telephone and it's working. In Parliament, the king said. If you paying for election coming. In Parliament, the king said. So he put a cabinet in the kitchen. In Parliament, the king said. Every day, she keep playing. In Parliament, the king said. Nothing in the country walking. In Parliament, the king said.
That's the voice of Explain that kicks in Parliament. We're going to Kathy out there. Also to Miss Jocelyn Pabaru, Miss Maruga, Mommy So. We're going to Yannick. Apple out there in Central. Remember, we are showcasing the spotlight on Explainer today inside our featured Calypsonian segment. So, Explainer, you know, he's always been described as a severely underrated Calypsonian. He continued to release music of quality and content and showed his versatility when he released this risque party tune. This one is called Packet.
She husband never home, and she always alone. So I drive over to check the sister. She open wide, tell me park inside. So I park my car in the girl garage. A pocket, I went a pocket. I park my car in the girl garage. Yes, a pocket, I went a pocket. Something risen and a pocket. The way it happened, I just pocket. This spot was chosen, so I pocket. And driving and reverse out, boom, driving and reverse out, driving and reverse out, driving and reverse out, a pocket. I went and pocket, a pocket. She want me pocket, the garage was really clean, the best I have ever seen, with hedges growing left and right. Oh, what a beautiful sight. But my vehicle long and the body strong. She said have no fear, park it anywhere. So I park my car in the girl garage. Yeah, I park it, I went a pocket. I park my car in the girl garage. I park it, I went a pocket. The gate was open, so I park it. Something risen and I park it. The way it happened, I just park it. This spot was chosen, so I get. And driving and reverse out, driving and reverse out, boom, driving and reverse out, driving and reverse out, yeah, driving and reverse out, driving and reverse out.
If I tell you I didn't explain, I sang this one. Sadly, the world will have lost the iconic Calypsonian last week Friday, when news broke that he passed away while at hospital. Explainer was 74 and will have celebrated his 75th birthday next month, November 13th. As mentioned earlier in our entertainment news, Explainer will be buried on Friday. That's tomorrow. And I think it's fitting to end the featured segment of Explainer with this upbeat pan tune titled Panorama Gone, but not forgotten. Let's celebrate the life of the Explainer. Well, you know, every time I hear pan, my mind is run to one person, Mr. Potter Swin. I hope you're doing well. It's exactly 3:30 in the nation's capital. Nice sunshine still on the outside as I close down this segment featured Calypsonian for today Explainer. So let me just give you all a little Iwer George, and right after that one, I'm going to head back to the phone lines, all right? Brand new for Carnival 2023. It's called Jump Up Now. It has come in the pattern. You stand up, stiff. Move a leg.
Well, I want to see everybody mad in the front. Okay, jump up now. Oh gosh, 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 jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up now. I'm well fed up. I'm not seeing all my people them jumping up. Jumping up. You should be real fed up. If all your friends and them they just standing up. Well. Like all you want to go back inside. To see every hand in the air, act like if all you belong out there. Oh God, jump up now, oh gosh, 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 jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. I say jump up, jump up, jump up now. Let me see you jump, let me see you wave, let me see you jump all your money up on the stage. I want to see you jump, I want to see you wave. Oh gosh, jump up now. Check yourself, like all you want to go back inside. Well, I want to see every hand in the air, act like if all you belong out there. Jump up now, oh gosh, 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 jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. I say jump up, jump up, jump up now. Let me see you jump, let me see you wave, let me see you show up all your money up on the stage. Let me see you jump, let me see you wave. Everybody jump up now, jump up now.
Connect with us. The phone lines are open.
Love going out to Jackie John enjoying the music. Love going out to Kurt Richard. I'm seeing DJ Otis on the inside. Love going out to Nicole Richard live on the Facebook. So all you call mop, remember to wipe your foot before you come inside here. No dirty foot around here. Y'all know the numbers 3420081, 7711791, and 4665391. You see, when this guy here reach inside here, the party no start. Hello?
Is the party now crashing?
The party now start, Panos.
Yeah, why see, man?
Well, I cool like kerosene. Where's the scenes?
Well, I know one thing with me, Miss Precious.
I know. You are one of the happiest people on earth.
Yes, God, life short, Mom.
One life to live. You're telling yourself.
I don't know. I see a real face, but not. What I want to pregnant, Mama. I got one too.
But watch out, what you up to?
Oh, I just well, on the Precious house inside.
Papa, you see money live.
You know, oh, good. I forget.
Yeah,
You on the live?
on the live.
I'll check you out just so.
All right, then, so what can I do for you this afternoon?
Yeah, well, soca parang, you don't really soca. Well, you have to pull out the drawers.
What?
Pull out the drawers.
Pull out the drawers?
Pull out the drawer like the wardrobe, you pull out the wardrobe drawers.
Who sang that one?
I usually see like that today.
All right,
Anyway.
I think I found it.
Yeah.
Pull out the drawers, Papa. Is everything good with you? Yeah, man, you always I love.
You play some music, I feel like Friday already.
Papa. Well, tomorrow is Friday. Have a good one. Three 4200817711791 and 4665391. Hello.
Good afternoon, Precious.
Hey, Triples, where you seen my dog, boy?
There is a session at the locked on listening.
Like you know,
the vibes. I like that thing around there just now.
What's that?
Well, I saw that tune. I saw that tune on the voice note there.
Oh, you sent a voice note?
From Rome. Yeah.
All right.
Have my respect.
All right, then I'll
take it.
Yeah, man, bless you. Hello, good afternoon.
Precious.
All the way from Florida.
Well, girl, your program like the lotto is hard to get in that, girl.
Papa, well, you're inside now, so come in, wipe your foot.
my foot, you know how long my foot wipe and dry rain like crazy up there today, girl.
Oh, wow, you all having lots of rain. Well, we have some sunshine, so we are grateful. So keep your
rain. So
rain
you could discard I sent some voice note. You could discard them.
Oh, okay.
I want to play a tune from me by Explainer and Designer.
Explainer and Designer.
It's called Xmas or Army.
Xmas or Army.
That's the name of the song by Designer and Explainer and Designer.
All right then.
So what's up, Presh?
Well,
I could only see you on a Thursday, baby.
Papa, well, just since we doing more local music with
I know.
Parang,
Yep.
you're gonna see more of me on the live.
All right, baby. So let me say hello to Panadol. I hear you, brother. And let Mommy Sauce, Mano. Stop misbehaving, man. Stop giving Precious a headache. Manu will give you a headache, baby.
And Spanky Gemma with the Lara brothers are looking for that song, and I can't find that particular one, and I know she's listening to it.
Yeah, they are good. They are good tunes. Maybe you can't find it.
Yeah.
So anyhow, let me say hello to everybody. Roberto hiding. They're able to wash his foot nowadays and come in the Precious house, baby. so anyhow, so I locked on and listening. So you have a good one.
You too. So here's
all right, bye-bye.
Here's your Christmas or Army by Explainer and Designer.
All right.
This one came out in 1983, arranged by Pelham Goddard.
I saw in the army, right in the family. His work was so gloomy, and he like his misery. I'm between enemy lines. The explosions blow in my mind. He said in the letter, expect me in December, where I would love to be, home with my family. I must be home for Christmas. I must be home for Christmas. So what if the army try to discipline me? I will tell them frankly, I can miss Christmas with my family. I must be home for Christmas. I must be home for Christmas. So much explosions, corpse flying all around, grenades flying, and so much dying. And day could be my last. Christmas Day I'll never pass. When I think about the turkey, ham and the whiskey, sorrel and ginger beer, I say what the hell I'm doing here, yeah. I going home for Christmas. I will be home for Christmas. So what if the army want to discipline me? I go tell them frankly, I can't miss Christmas definitely. I will be home for Christmas. Surely, I going home for Christmas. November 28th, dreaming of my Christmas date. The whole atmosphere fills me with despair. So when you pray, say one for me, that I will arrive home safely. Neighbor by neighbor, eating with each other. Songs of harmony, to hell with the enemy.
Good afternoon, precious. Locked on listening. I want to hear from Romeo and Desha. Lie, lie, lie. Love and respect. Rich from safe.
You see this Christmas? We have one question.
What's that?
Who does lie more? Woman or man?
Who you think?
All you ready? There we go. Christmas Eve I'm with my lady. We now move into a new home. Life was nice and we were so happy. Everything was looking good. Yeah. 2 o'clock in the morning, the girl phone starts to ring. She jump out the bed, walk outside. If you see she's smiling, well boy I know start to wonder who it could really be. When I asked the girl who was that, she said that is KFC. Them woman could lie, 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 lie. Oh gosh, she could lie, 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 lie. Yeah, the lie, 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 lie.
The Street 919 FM.
No gallus, lie. Them no gallus, lie. Them West gallus, lie. Them East gallus, lie. Them red gallus, lie. Them darkiness, lie. Them no blooders, lie, lie, lie.
Well, here's my story now. Christmas Eve, I want my baby. Darling, I can't wait for him to come home. I fall in love and now I'm so happy. Everything was looking good. Then, 2 o'clock in the morning, he come home from Barangin. Smelling a rum with the hand on his neck. What it is he hiding? Well, boy, I now start to wonder if something wrong with his side. When I asked the man, what is that? He say it's mosquito bite. Them man, them could lie, 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 lie. Oh gosh, they could lie, 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 lie. Lie, 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 lie. Lie, 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 lie. Fireman does lie.
Now I'm getting reports, but actually seeing reports of an accident earlier this afternoon near Radisson Hotel on Rising Road in Port of Spain.
Them red man does lie.
So just be mindful of that, all right? And also, I'm seeing a video here of a truck that crashed into the median of the highway near Brentwood. So proceed with caution. The whole truck turned over. That is when people don't want to respect for the road. So, Mr. Lahawk, oh gosh, I know you're waiting so long for this song. It's LH who messaged me and told me she think this is what you're talking about. Big B, bring back Parang.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
I wasn't seeing it because I typed in Big Beat, but it's just Big B. So you owe Elliot some flowers.
Christmas in this country is not what it used to be. Since I was a little boy, sweet parang I used to enjoy. Parang the rose used to bring you glad tidings about Jesus Christ and his birthday used to sing. It was Aguinaldo del Nacimiento. Just so we don't hear them thing no more. Hey, we want sweet parang again. We want sweet parang again. Men posing as parang the rose, but they singing Christmas calypsos. Hey, baby, do go papa day, boom, baby, papa do go papa day. I used to follow daddy, cause those by everybody. Let's get a marac buck bass, was real paramedic place. We go in for the whole night and we wouldn't stop. Who's sleepy as strong black coffee used to get them up. That used to be real fun for the Christmas season. Oh, come, now like all of that done. Hey, we want sweet parang again. We want sweet parang again. Along to hear a parang tune from singers just like Papa Goons. Hey.
Love going out to Barbie and of course your mom. So you're locked on, enjoying the music. Well, I found the request that you wanted. You and your mom wants to hear laughing at children, so take it in there. Wow, this one taking me back to when I was a child in primary school. And you know, around Christmas when we had to put on the Christmas show and things, so we go into the back of the school and we practicing with the teacher. So glad to come out of the classroom and go out in the schoolyard and practice for the Christmas concert. That's the type of memories this one bringing back to me.
Laughing children tug at Mr. Santa. Teddy bears and dolly saying mama. The fragrance of black fruit cake and red wine will toast to a special friend of mine. His name is Jesus. Come, little children, round my Christmas tree. We'll have a very merry time. We'll sing, dance, and play on the break of New Year's Day. We'll listen to the church bells chime. Christmas presents come with season greetings. There will be such peaceful, loving feelings. Such feelings should not come just once a year. To have, to cherish, and to share. There's a light that shines on every flower. And it shines every minute, every hour, and always guides me on my way.
This light was born on Christmas Day. His name is Jesus. Come, little children, round my Christmas tree. We'll have a very merry time. We'll sing, dance, and play on the break of New Year's Day. We'll listen to the church bells chime. We'll listen to the church bells chime. We'll listen to the church bells chime. We'll listen to the church bells chime.
You feel it to me. It's the Precious House.
Mr. Panadol, I have your request for you right now. You wanted to hear some old soca chutney parang. Pull out the drawers.
The Street 919 FM.
Early Christmas morning, my neighbor quarreling. She said she husband lazy, he don't want to do nothing. So I went over by she. I said, neighbor, cool your head. She said, I want to move my wardrobe and turn around the bed. But if you find the wardrobe heavy, neighbor, pull out the drawers. Don't make it hot your belly, neighbor, pull out the drawers. You is my best neighbor. I don't want you get nara, but don't wait on Santa Claus, neighbor, drag out the drawers. Ella me pide un regalo ahora para Navidad. Me pide un regalo ahora para Navidad. Y yo se lo voy a meter, yo se lo voy a meter debajo de tu arbolito de Navidad. Pito Blanco, Big Rich, que ponga los factory. Ya tú sabes. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, fellas, it's the show. Stop inside the Bungalows factory. And it's Christmas time.
I know I wasn't able, so I take a little rest. I know my neighbor black cake and homemade wine is the best. I say neighbor, listen me, Christmas is to be happy. So whatever it is you're going through, girl, I'm moving it for you.
But if you find the wardrobe heavy, neighbor, pull out the drawers. Don't make it hurt your belly, neighbor, pull out the
Manos, will you pull out this one?
my best neighbor.
I never even hear this song, but it's a bye-bye.
Don't wait on Santa Claus, neighbor, drag out the drawers. Yes, if you find the wardrobe heavy, girl, pull out the drawers.
Let's go on to LH once again, and you requested Charlene Flores Spanish Confusion. Here is it because I watch any time too, eh? Time do fly when you're having fun. I ain't come here to hurt my head, not inside Precious house.
Flores de San Jose están en Calvaro. Briefly, I come to tell you about the show. You know that is the birth of our Savior. So everything was happy and in order. Everybody was enjoying this dance. You could see they put their worries upon a shelf. There was this gentleman standing by the bar and taking note of every word I uttered. When I finished sing, he come on the stage, and this is what
So that's only Christmas snack. I want Danish cookies. I want job. I want marshmallows. Guys, I'm getting ready to shut it down. I want to thank you so much. Watch you, Gemma. Watch it. Troops and all over the place. I did not find your the particular Lara Brothers that you requested, but I definitely hope you enjoyed this one. Lara Brothers, La Gaita. I don't talk Spanish, so don't do me that. So have a wonderful afternoon, TNT. Tomorrow is a new day. I'll be out, God's willing, to work with Andy. Up next, though, it's all about the Queen of Talk, Miss Aisha Wells, coming in to deal with all of the issues affecting you. Have a good one, TNT.
Bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
4.5%? 4.5%? 4.5%.
That's my husband. He cannot believe the offer we're getting from TTMF.
4.5%.
That's for the first 6 years for a mortgage up to $2 million. 95% financing with extended terms up to age 70. He calls it a home sweet loan, and he talks about it all day, every day, because soon we're going to be proud homeowners. Anyway, honey, what you want for breakfast?
4.5%.
TTMF, from here to home.
The legendary Desperados Steel Orchestra presents their fundraising 5K run and walk on Sunday, October 16th, beginning and ending at the Pan Theater, corner Tragarete Road and Victoria Avenue in Port of Spain. Be treated with breakfast on the morning and a steel band clash afterwards, featuring First Citizens Supernovas, Shell Invaders, and the legends themselves, Desperados Steel Orchestra. Register now for only $125 at bafasports.com/Despers 5K
today or call 283-1365. Breakfast tickets cost only $200 and will be available at the Pan Theater. It's Desperado Steel Orchestra's fundraising 5K and walk, breakfast and Pan Jam on Sunday, October 16th. Come and show your love.
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your event celebrity cast starring Showin Winchester, Famanabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan Swabi, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kenny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
It's Tobago Carnival! On Carnival Friday morning, after the concert, we board the Harbor Master for last
I don't want nobody to keep my matter clear.
Great Vet Weekend brings to you last. Yeah, this is the official African Giant after party. So after the show, this is where everybody is heading. Straight from the concert to the boat ride. Boarding time is 4 a.m. We sail 5 a.m. sharp from Turtle Beach. Ticket packages available. $200 for boat ride only. $800 general admission. That's for concert and boat ride. $1,700 VIP admission for concert and boat ride. Hey, we talking vibes. All your favorite DJs going to be there. This is the boat ride you want to be on. We going right down on Friday, 28th of October. Carnival Friday morning. Tobago. We board the Harbor Master. The biggest boat ride for Tobago Carnival. Last.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919 FM.
News from the Street 919fm.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon. I am Vanessa Thomas with the news on the Street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iowa TV. In the headlines, Port of Spain mayor begs thieves to return stolen floodgate cover. The Labor Ministry to review minimum wage legislation. A man is stabbed to death following an altercation over a fender bender. And internationally, South Africa port and freight and rail workers reject revised pay as they continue to strike. And now the news in detail. The mayor of Port of Spain, Joel Martinez, is asking thieves who stole the floodgate cover in the St. Anne's River to return it. He called the act appalling and said that this will endanger the city. It will cost taxpayers $200,000 to replace the floodgate cover. The mayor said the city needs to have it reinstalled so that the city and the people can be protected when we have heavy rainfalls. On Tuesday, the floodgate, weighing approximately 1 ton, was stolen from the St. Anne's River in Port of Spain. The Labour Ministry says it will be reviewing minimum wages in TNT. Currently, the national minimum wage is set at TT $17.50 per hour or $2,800 per month per 40-hour work week. Labour Minister Stephen McClatchy says several pieces of legislation have already been brought before Cabinet for review. Apart from the Minimum Wage Act, the Cabinet will also review the Industrial Relations Act, the Retrenchment Act, the Severance Benefits Act, and the Maternity Protection Act. A 42-year-old man was killed in Pinal after being stabbed during an altercation. Colin Forbes of Indian Walk, Maruga, was driving his vehicle near Big Ben Bar at Penal Rock Road in Pinal when he came into contact with a red car shortly after 12 o'clock last night. The driver of the vehicle came out along with Forbes, and the two are said to have gotten into a heated argument during which Forbes was stabbed with a broken glass bottle. Forbes was rushed to the San Fernando General Hospital. However, he died while undergoing treatment. Police were given descriptions of the suspects, who were allegedly described as 4 Spanish-speaking men. CCTV cameras are currently being reviewed. Internationally, South African rail and port workers have rejected a revised salary increase offer and have decided to continue the strike that started last week. Transnet, which operates South Africa's rail freight and ports, said on Tuesday it had raised its wage offer to 4.5% from 3.4% previously, with additional 5.3% annual increases over the next 2 years. It also offered a 4.5% increase in medical insurance allowances this year, but the United National Transport Union, one of the 2 unions at the firm, along with the South African Transport and Allied Workers Union, said workers rejected the latest offer and would remain on strike. The strike will be intensifying over the coming days. Picketing will also be intensifying. And that was the 4 o'clock news on the street, 919 FM, and online, Facebook and YouTube on Iwer TV. Recapping the headlines: Port of Spain mayor begs thieves to return stolen floodgate cover. The Labour Ministry to review minimum wage legislation. A man is stabbed to death following an altercation over a fender bender. And internationally, South Africa port, freight and rail workers reject revised pay as they continue to strike. Do enjoy your afternoon and continue to be safe. I am Vanessa Thomas. Miss Aisha Wells, the Queen of Talk. She's up next.
News from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
So as we continue to embark on the peace treaty on 91.9 FM, we want to bring back peace, love and unity to the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, there is no life in war, there is only life in peace. So join us on the street 919 FM for our peace treaty as we work together to bring back peace on the streets of Trinidad and Tobago.
The Street 919 FM.
Bring back on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
Got to be focused. Better gonna come one day. Blessed love, we don't know what's me, John Melody saying. Let's keep the peace on the street. Let's bring back the peace. Put down the gun. No war, no violence. Let's keep love. Let's bring peace on the streets. Keep the love. John Melody.
If death has power, then
then count on me to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake or a plague or a pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I shall never desert you and make your enemies triumph over you. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black, and the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's personal blessing to lead the millions of the heights of the triumph that you well know. Look for me in a whirlwind or a storm, look for me all around you, for with God's grace I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa, to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and right.
I will always be kept safe in the arms of my King. Never will I stray. Every day me I try to do the right thing. No love again. That's the way our things gone nowadays. Man only care for themselves and no one else. No fickle youth who wanna turn shooter. Look what you're doing to your future. It's so hurtful to see the people dying out with AIDS and cancer. Man, I turn demon, promoting evil. Nobody wanna live righteous. Devil in a disguise, to them I hypnotize. That's why we got to be focused. Better gonna come one day. Better gonna come one day. All we gotta do is hold the faith. Everything is gonna be okay. Better gonna come one day. Better gonna come one day. All we gotta do is hope and pray. Giant's gonna make things fair. I will always be kept safe in the arms of my King. Never will I stray. Every day me I try to do the right thing. No love again. That's the way our things gone nowadays. Man only care for themselves and no one else. Babylon system full of Freemasons. Don't wanna be a government victim. Better you run away. You had to say, beware, giant still existing. Where is the comfort they should provide for us? Feels like we're living in a circus. While me I meditate, we not gonna take you back. Old song, get nothing more to this. Better gonna come one day. Better gonna come one day. All we gotta do is hold the faith. Everything is gonna be okay. Better gonna come one day. Better gonna come one day. All we gotta do is hope and pray. Giants gonna make things right. No fickle youth who wanna turn shooter. Look what you're doing to your future. It's so hurtful to see the people dying out with AIDS and cancer. Man, I turn demon, promoting evil. Nobody wanna live righteous. Devil in a disguise, to them I hypnotize. That's why we have to be focused. Better gonna come one day. Better gonna come one day. All we gotta do is hold the faith. Everything is gonna be okay. Better gonna come one day. Better gonna come one day. All we gotta do.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world, the street 919fm.com. Playing all the new music first on the street 919 FM.
Well, I don't discard it. Whoa, ay. Well, I want to see everybody mad in the face. Oh, gosh, jump up now. 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 Oh, gosh, jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up now. yourself. Like all you want to go back inside. Well, I want to see every hand in the air. Act like if all you belong out there. Jump up now, oh gosh. 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 Jump up, jump up. Jump up, jump up, jump up. I say jump up, jump up. Jump up now. Let me see you jump. Let me see you wave. Let me see you show up all your money up on the stage. Let me see you jump. Let me see you wave. Everybody jump up now. Jump up now. Done there? First time I wave a rag in a studio.
Dealing with current issues in society.
If we could only get, as I said repeatedly, the sort of attitude that the population as a whole has to the entire carnival celebrations, if we could have that throughout the year. Trinidad and Tobago would be the richest country in the world.
The official station that defends the nation. The Street 91 FM.
The most critical and honest variable should be that of the cost of living, not the GDP. The GDP could be as high as you want. For instance, for example, a country like America, very, very high GDP, but we have so many homeless people because that is not an accurate indication. So when this government, this PNM government, comes with 4% to the hard workers, hardest working people who went through COVID, and comes and offer them 4%, based on 2013 salaries, what are you telling them? You're basically telling them, we do not care about you. We do not care about the contribution you have made in sustaining this country through the most difficult of times. And that's their words, Mr. Vice President. That's their claim. They tout these were the workers on the front line. They tout these were the essential workers. They tout that these were the workers we could not live without. But what do? They treat them like garbage. How is that acceptable? How is that acceptable to a country where we are faced with the most trying of times, for us not to accept that in this time, in a portfolio like agriculture, and I cast no aspersions on the new minister, that we have a budget of 1.3 billion. I do not care after, from the time you tell me in the budget, that agriculture, which you purport and which has been recommended by the World Health Organization, should be the primary focus in our time in recovering from the pandemic. You allocate $1.3 billion. Who are you fooling? Who are you fooling? Right now, the farmers of this country should be treated like kings. There should be an overarching agricultural policy to make sure everything is allocated in the right direction. They have done nothing of the sort. Same as what I said, Mr. Vice President. Old talk, glitz, glamour, narrative, and everything about this PNM government is shallow governance. Shallow governance. Mr. Vice President, we are faced with a decline in, and here's where I come into the contradictions that are contained in this budget. We know there has been a decline in economic growth. What basically means that economic activity has declined. We received a windfall. One would assume that a government that serves its purpose of helping the people who have the most challenges would have reacted to that. How then, if we receive a windfall and we have people faced with the most challenging of times, at that time you increase gas prices. At that time you increase the cost of living. Prices go up. Because from the time you increase gas prices, everything goes up. I mean, the people on the ground feel it. Not that they have to be, they feel it. There's no amount of rhetoric, narrative, that any one of them on that side could come and bring to this house that will change the reality on the ground. People are suffering, Mr. Vice President. And you know, Mr. Vice President, I grew up with a partner of mine. He was in St. Mary's with me, but he was from behind the bridge. Southeast Port of Spain, but brilliant boy, brilliant boy. I mean, talk about bright, not in an academic sense, just a sense of the world bright I'm talking about. But he's my adversary. He like All Stars, I like Desperados, you know the thing. He asked me the other day, he said, I always say I ain't talking about pan, they really talk about Calypso. I told him I really talk about Calypso because in my opinion, the Calypsos that I like are so reflective of our country's suffering. I mean, there's no other genre, none you will find, that so reflects the inhumanity of such a P&M government. So you tell me, well, which song is the one that really sets you off? Because I don't get emotional and cry, I get emotional and angry. And I talked to him about Shadow, the mighty Shadow, the year of sin strength. And his song, Poverty in Hell, for me, if you don't just breathe through the lyrics and listen to the music, because you know everything is a whine and a stink and dirty, but if you really look at the lyrics, they are the most, I ain't had to come here and talk about no spider, no fly. I talking about poverty is hell. You know what that means? Poverty is hell means, just those words. Whoever is poor, it's like they're living in hell. Or they can't get that in all their head. It have nothing to say after that. Poverty is hell. And all they want to come and tell me all they went through that. But you are the exception. Even my brother Kazim was saying he's the exception. He come from poor circumstances and he's the exception to the rule. All of you all talking cold pot and crap. Oh, you are the exception to the rule. The truth is 99% of you all in your circumstances will not make it, especially under the policies of the P&M government. Mr. Vice President, listen to him. And he was a Desperados fan. I only learned today from my uncle Rudolph's brother, Uncle Kenneth, that he was a Desperados fan too. Listen to Mighty Shadow. Listen to him. Poverty is hell and the angels are in paradise. I can't tell you one philosopher, and I know all of them, because I'm a well-read person. From Rousseau to Nietzsche to anybody who could give me that. Poverty is hell and the angels are in paradise. So we could hear, and I cast no aspersions, an elitist submission. I cast no aspersions on the man. An elitist submission by Senator Vera. Not him, but the submission was elitist. Listen to it. Despite the criticisms, despite the gloomy prognostications, but that's a wrong word, it should be prognostications, I don't agree that this budget is wicked and brutal. It should not be demonized as a betrayal of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, there are dark clouds. And yes, the country is going through rough waters. But on balance, to me, there's still much for us to be thankful. The economy is stable. Our country is stable. And we live in a diverse, free, and stable democracy. Wow. No wonder those on that side, Mr. Vice President, will thumb their desk at that. I could dissect that in a million ways. The currency is stable. Well, let me address that for a minute. We actually have a currency. And I will give my own personal anecdote. My son, in his last year of university, I have to be begging the bank, and this is not anything to do with the employees. They are wonderful. As a matter of fact, That bank where I bank, the manager she's wonderful. But the policy is, I have to make a request. I have to wait 3 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, because I'm not connected and have no desire to be. I want no favors. When that request comes, listen to this, Mr. Vice President, talking about a stable currency. Mr. Naked, you have 24 hours to get that allotment to you. If you don't, it's gone. That is from the traders. That is a fact. So if I don't have that cash there, I cannot get that allotment. I say, what about the allotment for my family? I have a son. He has a mother. As a matter of fact, I have 4 sons. And they have mothers. No, we deal with your tuition. Okay, no problem. If I decide, as a senator on that side once said, if I cannot organize, as he said, the foreign exchange for my son in university, I am among the stupid.
Senators, on the opposition bench, you're not allowing your colleague to give his contribution. I would like, no it wasn't, I was listening. Yeah. Senator Naked.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, I have to run through rings, and then to hear the Minister for Tourism and Culture, who once said that those who have their children outside in university and cannot arrange a foreign exchange, they are unintelligent. You believe that? Unintelligent. Because we cannot arrange foreign exchange for our kids, and if not, we should send them to UE. Was it UE or UTT? UE? We should send them to UE. So my son, who was born in Dubai, who lived his life between Beirut and Spain, and now lives in America, I have to bring him to UE to please the minister, because this PNM government doesn't know how to handle their affairs. But you can bet, Mr. Vice President, that their children are in UE. You can bet that, Mr. Vice President. As a matter of fact, even when we try to send them to UE with $500,000 grants, we don't hear nothing about it. So, Mr. Vice President, I will use, during the course of my contribution, as I go on, words from that bard, that philosopher, I call him, the mighty Shalom. But first, I already spoke about that very frenetic, frantic, erratic, whatever you term it, contribution by the senator in our response to Senator Lutz-Medial. I would like to go into okay. I would just like to remind the good Senator Vera, when he mentioned about the country being stable. I spoke about the currency. I would like to talk about his, I wouldn't say assessment, I would say his assessment that the country was stable, it's a democracy. Well, Mr. Vice President, let's look at that and let's challenge that for a bit. Can we say that we are in a democracy that is stable when clearly many of our independent institutions have been compromised? By my last look at the United Nations, the declaration on what is really a democratic country, so-called stable, it would be that the independent institutions are pretty much insulated from political influence. Clearly, Mr. Vice President, this has not been the case, not only by the recent Vincent Nelson revelations, but when we look at what happened in this election of a commissioner of police, I would like to declare here, Mr. Vice President, to the public of Trinidad and Tobago, that I have been brought before the Anti-Corruption Bureau to question the Prime Minister Keith Christopher Rowley for his misbehavior in public office. He is now under official investigation. That is correct, Mr. Vice President. I know too from them that they have also questioned other witnesses, and if they would like to speak, that is up to them. So we have a sitting Prime Minister who the Anti-Corruption Bureau is looking into his misbehavior in public office. We have a former Attorney General who it seems is at sea to explain who signed off on that indemnity agreement. And by the way, we hope that Senator Suklal will give us some, since she has been named, she will give us some insight into who was in that room. Yes, no, you watch yours. Hopefully Senator Suklal.
Senator Nakid.
I was responding to the...
No, Senator Nakid. As we proceed for the debate, there's no need for this pointed level of crosstalk. Without baiting. And while we're on the matter, the disclosure that you just made be in full confidence. Please be reminded of Standing Order 47.
Thank you, Mr. President. I checked and I asked the people who came and questioned me about that misbehavior in public office by the Prime Minister. I asked them and they said yes, an investigation has been launched and I am one of the witnesses. So I do not know, it's not a sub judice, I think I can reveal that. So my point is, Mr. Vice President, we have, Mr. Vice President, a couple of our most salient institutions, supposedly independent, who, not compromise, seems to be overrun. Then I would like to ask Senator Vera, how fair and stable then is our democracy? So we have to be careful when people who inhabit a certain space, people who live a certain lifestyle, can make claims about the country, that we have a stable currency, we have a stable economy, we have a stable democracy. When we, and I mean all of us in this room, we know it to be differently so. Now I understand the opposition have their agenda, and I understand those on that side have their agenda, but then there's always the reality on the ground. And I think Senator Remy accurately depicted that. And the ground is saying, and they've heard it, and it reminds me, and it's a quote from a philosopher as well, and it's stuck with me, that he said, you have to be careful when you try to control the damage to your reputation. What you do to control the damage to your reputation sometimes inflicts more damage. And that is clearly so. Because what the Minister of Finance came, and I'll refer now to his budget statement, he said, in areas where I do not go into detail, my ministerial colleagues will elaborate in their contributions. You all have failed him badly. It's among the worst contributions that we have seen. And I'm not talking about only here, but also in the other place. I will give you an example, Mr. Vice President. I could give you so many, but I will go to this. Mr. Vice President, how much time do I have?
Senator Naked, you have until 2:03. You have roughly 7 to 10 more minutes again.
Mr. Vice President, is it possible to get time from anybody on that side since they don't seem to be using it widely?
Senator Naked, if you would just try to get into your message at this point, maybe you could utilize your time more effectively.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, yes. So I go to what the Minister of Finance was looking for. He knew that the budget was basically skeletal. He knew that. We could see from his demeanor, he seemed very unsure, but he was looking to his colleagues to perhaps beef it up a bit. You know, put some skin on it, some muscle on it. And this is what we have from the Minister of Sports and Community Development. She said, when talking about sports tourism, she said, and we will pay attention to sport tourism. And that was the contribution, Mr. Vice President, in full. That was her contribution to sport tourism, speaking about sport tourism in the budget. We will pay attention to sport tourism. I kid you not, Mr. Vice President. Let me tell you what the UNC under Senator Roberts had in mind for sport tourism. What we would have done and what we will do is to make sure that all those in university abroad, US, Canada, wherever, they will be on a list, a database. They will be included because this lends itself to community development. What we will do, encourage them to have teams from universities brought here. I know I could have done that when I was in university. I could have brought several teams here. Everybody now, with their programs, NCAA, Division I, Division II, they're interested in going somewhere that they can have sports. We're here to talk about Tobago. Tobago is primarily placed for such event here. Primarily placed. When you go, teams go abroad for sport tourism, Mr. Vice President. You know what they want to do? They want to go and train, and they don't want a beach 5 minutes, more than 5 minutes away. That's Tobago. That's Tobago. And what did the Minister of Sport from Tobago say about sport tourism? We will pay attention to sport tourism. And that was it. What we will do, and let me give you the numbers to back it up. For every 10,000 people that come into sports tourism, it lends itself $1 billion to the economy. $1 billion. Do you know how many people we have in universities abroad? We have at least, I'm talking about the football side of things. I'm not talking about volleyball, I'm not talking about tennis, I'm not talking about swimming. Senator Roberts, who in my opinion, the best sports minister this country has ever seen. And I know they will want to come and talk. I know they will want to come and talk, Mr. Vice President, and I will adjust it frontally, because I know he doesn't like to, but I will adjust it frontally. Till I talk, when they talk, they come up, only here, not outside. Live sports. Live sports, nowhere in that audit is the name of Senator Roberts mentioned. Nowhere. So they will come here and say it, and it will get resonance. But you know what's funny, Mr. Vice President? It seems that when the UNC places money in the hands of the poor and working class people, that side has a problem with it. But when they're given money, so Calco and Namalco can rebuild Balize House, they have no problem with that. I only hope, because it has been brought up by that side, Mr. Vice President, I only hope that your consciences are assuaged. when that Balize house is built, I want the penthouse suite to be named the Ken Valley penthouse suite. Ken Valley, pay it big and bold, Ken Valley. And maybe some of the other floors could be named Simeon Daniel and Antonio Francois. Boys who are used and abused. Yes, it's in the public domain. Nothing I say. I will say this outside of the parliament as well. Outside. Or they don't like to tell people we meet outside. I will meet all on the outside.
Senator Nakid, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President.
Senator Leiter, allow your colleague to complete his.
Mr. Vice President, so in wrapping up, for me, I would like to leave for those, because there must be good people, no matter how they display themselves. There must be some iota of decency over there. There must be. I will leave them with, for me, the most heart-wrenching lines of a calypso, of a sobriquet, of any philosophical clause is these lines. And it relates directly to what the people of Trinidad and Tobago are facing right now. 10 little children, 4 dumplings. Mommy got to slice them thin, thin, thin. A piece for a boy, a piece for a girl. And look at the compassion and empathy poor people still maintain. A piece for the neighbor, daughter Merle. You all on that side should be ashamed of that budget. Mr. Vice President, they should take this budget, and put it where the monkeys put the nuts. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Before I call the next speaker, can I ask the opposition bench especially to recompose yourself as we try to refocus on the debate at hand. I am hearing this side and I'm seeing this side, and both of my ears work. Yes. Senator Dr. Varamadi Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for allowing me to partake in this discussion. And I must say, Before this budget, we were already faced as a nation with a crisis, a cost of living crisis. The pandemic, the lockdowns, persons had their personal savings had dried up, persons were unemployed, the stress of losing loved ones, the stress of the fear had given persons of going back out into the community. Some people were not able to get jobs. Some people, their savings had dried up. They were not able to buy things. And the cost of living, the goods, the services, all that increased. No fault of ours. We know the supply chain had given us some challenges. So the persons were distressed. I had persons coming to me, asking me for loans. I had a doctor coming to me, a young doctor, begging me actually to lend him some money. So it had reached a stage where I realized we were in dire straits. That something, was going on. I understood what was going on. The global economic slowdown was there before the pandemic. Then the effects of the pandemic, the disruption of the supply chain. So we had that. And now, Mr. Vice President, this budget that was presented, this budget has the potential of fueling a mental health crisis in our country. It has that potential. And I point out to the fact that in the United Kingdom, they are also undergoing great economic distress. There is the high inflation, weak economic growth. The inflation rate has been relentlessly moving upwards for the past 18 months. And I think it had reached a height of about 9.9% in August. And in July, it was 10.1%. One of the senators mentioned here the challenges that the new Chancellor of the Exchequer has. And in fact, the citizens in the United Kingdom, they are crying out for help. It's winter. They cannot afford their fuel, their power, so they are in desperate need. And at this time, I must say, I am thankful to be living in Trinidad and not in the United Kingdom. This is one of the better. It is better to be a citizen here than in the UK. They are suffering. And what I like to quote, Mr. Vice President, is the British Psychological Society, the BPS. There was a communication published on the 3rd of October 2020, and it has warned, and I quote, of a potential mental health crisis in the UK this winter as it publishes new figures that reveal 1 in 2 people are experiencing anxiety about being able to pay their bills as a result of the cost of living crisis. Well, the news I have is a similar scenario could take place here. And that scenario could take place here if we do not handle the social network adequately. So it's very vital that we understand what's happening in the UK. The burden of mental health is there. And we have to understand we have to take that burden that mental health can put onto the society and added economic stress. And we have to realize that if we do not ease the burden of the people in their terms of their distress, we can also end up with a mental health crisis. And before COVID, we had the idea that we are the global scenario, that we were heading into a tsunami of depression globally. Before the pandemic, we already had association that there was an economic burden attached to this. And the mental health caregivers were already working towards this. The COVID came now and pushed this now and escalated it. It acted as an accelerant, and we realized now that we have a greater degree of mental health problems going to be coming our way. The Minister of Health knew this. He has made other clinics available. He knew that the adolescent population had problems. He knew that the elderly population, right through that spectrum. He had given us adolescent clinics. He has given us, recently I heard the CEDAR program would have a drug now for Alzheimer. So it's not to say the Ministry of Health is not aware of this, but we are now facing a greater degree of stress. And usually, out of the health budget, we may have been allocated about 4% in terms for mental health. This has to increase. Other countries may have 6%, 10%. And you see, what I want to gather, the point I want to bring across to the Minister of Finance is a Lancet Commission report had given by that the global cost and the economy of mental health and said the mental disorders are on the rise in every country in the world and will cost the global economy $16 trillion by 2030. And it is primarily due to early onset of mental illness and loss of productivity. And we have no choice to realize that we have to address this. Addressing the cost of living, addressing the stress it's going to bring, addressing the fallout that we are going to get from the cost of living. We have to be prepared for it because it will be an added burden next year, the following year, and a few years to come. And you see, the thing we have to appreciate is that it is not just this economic burden that we now face in with the cost of living. We had it there before, that somehow the lifestyles of persons would have been affected. What I want to do, if time permits me, just to say some things which I think that could add to this burden of people, the burden of stress that could lead to mental illness, which could actually cause a greater degree of stress in our country with the economic fallout. Because even after the COVID, research from the World Health Organization mentioned that there was a 25% increase in anxiety and depression globally. So we now have to realize that whatever we were targeting before, we now have to target a greater degree of care, money towards this. So what do we do? I want to look at certain things that I think I need to mention. Look, crime. I believe crime has now added to our stress. Crime has now invaded our sanctuaries. People who stay at home avoiding the jungle out there are not safe. 3 cars filled with eight men coming into your house seems to be the new scenario. A businesswoman in Rio Claro, a family in Rio Claro, a teenager was gang raped in front of her family. All these seems to be the trend. So what I'm saying, we have to defend ourselves and our families. People may stay at home to get away from the world, thinking they are safe in their home, in their sanctuaries. They are no longer safe there. A caring government would allow persons to get firearm users license to protect themselves. As daily reports say, we are sitting ducks. The Commissioner of Police mentioned that home invasions are increasing. So I'm saying give persons the access with the proper checks and balances. I am saying give us tax rebates on security cameras where we dedicate 1 camera to the police so we can now follow criminals all over Trinidad. I am saying give persons VAT off on steel to build burglar proof. Allow white persons to come and give their service free of charge to put burglar proof in some people's windows. We have to invent things where we keep our people home safe. And I'm saying give concessions, tax concessions, VAT off on pepper spray, which I'm yet to see, regrettably, and give the fuel to farmers and fish folk. We have always been hearing of the problems of Peter Larceny. The Minister of Agriculture mentioned it, but I've been hearing this talk all the time about road access, given this. Let them defend themselves. Fisher folk are victims of piracy. Deploy army personnel also in towns to work with the municipal police so they can actually go into Tunapuna, they can go into the streets, utilize the army. They have gotten an increase in food allowance in this budget. So utilize the army also so their presence will certainly deter people. And I'm saying I saw active activity in public relations recently when the Minister of National Security, Big Chop, saw cutting up guns. I looked and I smiled. Mr. Vice President, those guns could have been sold to the farmers at a reduced price to defend themselves. Those guns could have been sold on the international market to gun collectors. Those guns could have been given to other CARICOM nations so they can defend themselves if they cannot afford to buy ammunition for their army or their police service. And you see, the fact is, those guns, if they were involved in a crime in the United States and found their way down here, by destroying them, you would now have destroyed evidence, because if there is somehow they realize that it came out from this particular, the bullets used in some crime was used by one of these weapons. We should have had the Interpol getting all ballistic testing given to them so we can track where these guns are coming from. The United States embarrassed our country where they said that we are a terrorist nation and trying to, put things out there where they're not safe anywhere, but in Port of Spain they're not safe. But why is the embassy in Port of Spain? Move it to Central, move it to somewhere else. The United States have always said we as a drug, we are, the transshipment zone and drugs come from South America into America, but the guns come from North America down here. The Mexican border and the United States side has gun shops, guns tracked down to Mexico and reach their way here. So we are not just the perpetrators of dealing with this gun. It goes two ways. But I'm saying let's call out the Americans to help us now, because if their travel advisory is such that it embarrasses us, I had already suggested that we call in the DEA to set up a base to deal with the drug, gun, and human trafficking problem. Call them in. You see, if we had somehow with the new boats we got to protect our borders, if I was seeing that there was an improvement there, I would say, well, we are doing our own business. We are up to mark. But there are still some deficiencies. There are still loopholes. People are still coming in. There's still human trafficking.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Don't you touch that dial. You're locked on to the Street 919 FM.
Furniture Mixed is possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylish Furniture for the style in you.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 8147 91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the Street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Police, good day. Officer Best Price here. Johnny Q Auto Parts Division? Yes, sir. I'm here to investigate an assault on batteries. Excuse me, sir? Is it true? You have batteries selling for $488? Yes. Power Master, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries. So I can buy a battery for $488? Yes, sir. For cars, trucks, and boats. Backed and distributed by Massey Automotive. Which part? Right here at Johnny Q Hardware and Auto Parts Division, 15 Arapita Avenue, Woodbrook. And our new Johnny Q Superstore, located at Lowlands Mall,
off Claude Noel Highway in Tobago. You could call 63 Tools.
All right, thanks, boss. Nah, man. Granny,
Do you have $488 to lend, man?
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival fever. Book your passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago.
All your street mass in Tobago.
Where the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its content, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the street. 919 FM.
Mud is life. Mud on mud. Mud is life. Great Fed weekend. Mud Mass. Kong Point, Tobago. Saturday, 29th of October. Juve morning in Tobago. Mud is life. Hey. Tobago Carnival. Jesus. Hey, mud is life. Mud is life. Tobago Carnival. Mud is life. Hey, from 4 to 9 a.m. we take over the streets of Kong Point. Then, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. we head to the headquarters at Crusoe Drive for extreme mud play and fun. For more information, you can visit mudislifeexperience.com. Mud is Life, Mud Mass, Tobago Carnival, Crown Point, Tobago, 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. You know who it is, Tobago. Get ready to celebrate Mud Mass with Mud is Life.
Diwali, the festival of lights, celebrates light over darkness, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over despair. As we celebrate, let all our lights shine brightly this Diwali and beyond, illuminating the path to peace and love for all. Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited joins the Hindu community in this celebration, wishing Shubh Diwali to all. TGMF, from here to home.
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your event celebrity cast. Starring Showin Winchester, Farmer Nabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan Swabi, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kenny Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinal Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street, 919 FM.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on the Street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week. Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend. Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat. October 30th. Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival fever. Book your passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago.
All your street mass in Tobago.
Where the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its carnival, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Pleasant good evening to the world. Pleasant good evening to TNT. It's your boy Roberto pulling it down for Aisha Wells. We're now going to jump into a sponsor segment with Len Capital. And he's already in the building. How are you doing, Mr. Len Staff?
I'm great, Robert or Roberto. No complaints at all.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
All right. So what you have for us today? Let's dive right into it.
Well, as you know, I don't usually prepare what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
However, I want to talk a little bit about marriage.
Okay.
Yeah? Now, I know you're about to... You ain't tied in not yet, right?
No,
about to
tie that knot.
About to tie the knot. And I was telling you earlier on, us off here.
Yes.
I got into marriage counseling by happenstance, as they would say.
Yes.
And it's been different. You know, it wasn't a direction that I thought I would have ventured into because, well, I'm not a marriage counselor. It's not the field I was in.
Yes.
But what I learned from giving marriage counseling advice is that the billionaire mindset, as I've always said, applies to every aspect of life. Marriage is no different.
Okay, so right? This is very interesting.
Yeah, the principles are the same. So I had a consultation yesterday with a couple.
Yes.
Of course, I spoke to the wife and then the husband, and then I had to speak to them together. And one of the things I was saying to her, after she disclosed some things to me, is in a relationship, we have to talk to the other partner. Now, we feel, well, look, if you and your wife together, you feel, well, look, I say something to your wife today, you shouldn't have to say to her for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
We would love it to be so, but it's not, it doesn't always work like that. And the reason I end up mentioning that to her, because in the business world, I would have advised customers of mine who get consultation from me where I do motivating of staff. That motivating of staff should be done in some instances weekly or daily.
Yeah.
It is not something that should be done monthly or yearly. And in a relationship, I think that communication is needed daily.
Right.
Now, I was saying this to her, and I'm not saying, normal communication like good morning, good evening, that sort of thing. Conversations about things relating to your personality that would bother you or that you would like to see. These are the sort of conversations a married couple or a couple ought to have every day so both parties remain on the same page. Now, if you're in business, for example, I'm coming on the radio.
Yeah.
Yes, it's standard that I come every day, but it still doesn't hurt to message and say, I'll be in at 5.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to wonder, or you would message me, hey bro, you're on your way, what's going on, everything all right? Or if you don't see me 5 o'clock, you'll send a message 6.
Yeah.
I didn't see it today.
What's going on here?
What's going on, exactly.
Yeah.
And that communication keeps us running, keeps the program going, keeps everything working as it ought to.
Truly.
So in the relationship, I think it's the same thing. You need to have that communication. Some things needs to be said every day. Certain communication ought to be had.
Yeah.
The other thing that I mentioned to her is you shouldn't believe that a conversation should be had all in once. So we have an issue, right? And we're going to try to fix it. It's 5:16. We have to fix it by 6:16.
Yeah, give it some time.
Sometimes you have to talk about certain things You reach a certain point, right? Come back to it another day, revisit
I got you.
Work on it.
Yeah.
Like I would hear persons say to me, "Oh, I read 6 books, but you haven't done anything with it."
Truly.
I prefer read one paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
Take that knowledge, learn it inside out, run it, mull it over, go back and forth, than read 6 books and don't apply anything.
Yeah.
So in the marriage, it's the same concept. You want to take that information that you got from the conversation and apply some of it, and then revisit it again, or have another conversation about it. Continue the conversation. That is another aspect that we use in the business world. That you cannot have a meeting about everything in one day. It's just not possible.
Right.
Especially if the companies has goals, companies like mine that deal with customers on a daily basis. You would need to have meetings almost every day.
Yeah.
At some point, whether it be 5-minute meetings, 10-minute meetings, to update the staff as to what's going on. Just like with the country, they have to alert us about weather alerts. Closure of certain roads.
Mm-hmm.
Without this communication, the system doesn't run smoothly.
Yeah, it can be a disaster.
Exactly.
So to speak, yeah.
So just think about it in your marriage. You mean you're married to your husband or your wife and you don't communicate. You have an issue, but I will go and talk to Robert rather than talk to my wife because, well, she don't listen.
Yeah.
This is where we come in. And this is where I came in, where I was able to take a neutral standpoint, and I'd give both of them advice. Because at the end of the day, I operate on the philosophy in marriage that it doesn't matter who's right or wrong, but what you're able to accomplish at the end of the day. And if you're fighting and your wife is fighting, you're not going to accomplish anything. The relationship is actually going to suffer because of it. Now let's talk about you. You were doing gardening and all these things.
Yeah.
Just imagine if your wife is helping you set up the watering cans and these different things to water your garden, but she's upset with you.
Yeah.
It takes you longer to water the garden by yourself.
Truly. Because we might end up quarreling in the garden.
She might mash up the plants.
I might uproot some plants.
Exactly. You may even miss part of the process.
Yes.
Because
truly.
your mind isn't focused on the task at hand,
Yeah,
which is to see about the garden. And so it's things like that that you realize that the business or the billionaire mindset, is very much relatable to marriages. Another point that I wanted to draw as well that I mentioned is you have to be willing to compromise, just like in business.
Yeah.
You might say, well, I don't really compromise in business. You do. Nobody wants to get up and go to work. I don't care who you are. You don't want to get up and... Everybody wish that...
Everybody want to stay in bed.
And make money. Plenty money. Billions of dollars. Yeah. But even the billionaires know that if they don't do what they have to do, they don't continue making money, or they don't keep the money that they have. Yes. They have to get up at certain days. They have to appoint managers and CEOs and COOs and CFOs and directors. They have to meet the regulations of the country or the state that they're in. So there are a lot of different processes. Some of these licenses you may get has to be updated regularly, so you appoint a committee to make sure these licenses are done. And it's the same thing ought to happen in a marriage or in a relationship, because that communication now becomes very vital to the company moving forward. You don't want to be moving forward in 2023, but you are authorized to operate only in 2021. And relationship is the same thing. You need to update the relationship. You need to, get, not with the time so much, but get with understanding your partner as it would be. Wives understand husbands, husbands understand wives. Another point that I had to use today, because I had another counseling session today, is one that my mother always says to me. It doesn't matter it's not how you say it. It's not what you say. It's how you say it.
Yeah.
And it's very relevant in the relationship. Now think about it. You wouldn't, if Mr. George calls your phone, you wouldn't speak to him with a tone.
No.
Definitely won't.
No.
You wouldn't raise your voice behind him.
No.
Would you use profanity?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not at
or
all.
If he's calling you, would you decline his call?
Yeah.
You better
not
say
at
no.
all.
Right? And it's the same thing in a relationship with your wife or your husband.
Truly.
You know, you would give certain respects to your boss, your business partner, your co-worker. But when you go home and you say, nah, that's just my wife. I don't. But what is the difference? Aren't you building something successful? Isn't the point of marriage the two shall become one to achieve a goal, whether it be starting a family, whether it be the pooling of resources? It's no different than a business in my book, in the Billionaire Mindset book. It's no different. So therefore, these same rules will apply to the marriage, as it were, in order to allow the billionaire mindset and the marriage to keep moving forward and being more productive.
And I like how you said that it's a weekly, it come like a weekly kickoff.
True.
Yeah, because touching base in insurance, we always had a Monday kickoff, a Monday session,
right,
to make sure we are still motivated in the job.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because that's important.
Yeah.
And not everyone. No, there are some people, like myself. I am what they would call, I'm easily motivated.
Right.
It doesn't take much. I'm self-motivated. I know what the task is, and I get up and I go behind it. You only have to tell me once, and I don't give up until the target is accomplished.
Right.
Not everyone is like that. And in a relationship now, you have to know what your partner is like. You have to know, look, is my partner easily motivated? Do they appreciate it when I talk about the good that they do?
Mm-hmm.
Do they like when I say, you know, thank you for doing this, thank you for being here, thank you for the support?
Yeah.
You know, do they respond well when I raise my voice?
Mm-hmm.
If you raise your voice at your wife and she doesn't respond, I would say, why keep raising your voice?
Yeah.
You'll tell yourself, okay, well, I'll do it until she responds.
Yeah, do a self-check.
Do a self-check, because you may realize
Yeah.
raising my voice may not be the best way to get through to her.
Mhm.
Maybe my mother always says to me as well, and you'll be hear about my mother a lot in terms of relationships. She says you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. So it works. Now, I agree, sometimes you want to get your point across but again, there's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah.
So, you know, in the relationship, in the business world, it's no different. You know, having that, I would say, daily conversation.
Yeah.
Just imagine every day being motivated daily. It comes like your car. You cannot drive your car on the start from yesterday. Think about it. You start the car yesterday and you walk outside and you're vexed.
Yeah.
Because the car, so what you mean, I had to start you again today?
Yeah.
But you have to
You have to turn the key
every day or
to
push the
go from
button
point A to point B.
every day.
Yes.
The other option is you could leave the car running, but it's going to cost you more.
Yeah.
More fuel, more wear and tear in the car. The engine may overheat if it's running consistently for, I don't know, I've never ran a car for an entire week without switching it off at all.
Well, I don't want you to do that at all.
But we tend to believe the relationship should run itself for a week, months, years, without any starting or refreshing. Sometimes with your phone and all, you need to switch it off and restart it for it to update.
Yeah.
Relationships are like that.
Yeah.
Computers. You're working good and then all of a sudden, frozen.
Yeah. Before the time is up,
sure,
I want to touch base on, you know, you spoke about not solving a problem, not expecting a problem to be solved within a minute or 2 minutes or even half an hour rather.
Right.
And for those who may think, listen, I could solve a problem right now, and their anxiety building up inside, and you know they getting that rush. I'm guilty of that as well. So
you want to solve immediately.
What is some of your advice to that person?
The same advice I'll give myself. You have to understand the person that you're trying to reach, because obviously if you're trying to solve a problem, you're trying to reach someone. They don't have the same mindset as you. So what may work for you may not necessarily work for someone else. Because you would think, well, okay, like I always love these Back to the Future shows.
Yeah.
Where you go back to your younger self. Imagine your younger self coming and tell you, hey, Robert, don't go down the road and do this or do that. And you'll be like, older self, sorry, you don't even know what you're saying. And they're trying to convince their self to do something. And it's very apparent in the real world. So you're trying to convince someone who doesn't have the same mindset of you.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can use a different approach and get a different result. Because the definition of craziness is what? Doing the exact same thing
over and over and
expecting a different result. So if you've tried, let's say, getting upset because the problem can't be fixed within 2 minutes.
Yes.
I have found that sometimes just taking a rest. I go to sleep, I lie down, and not think about anything. And I'm like, wow, how come I didn't see that?
Well, I must say thanks for the advice.
Appreciate it. No
and
problem.
Any closing comments, Mr. Leinster?
Well, as always, I'm Leinster Campbell from Len Capital Certificates. I've often told persons if they need help, advice, feel free to call 376-LEN. That's 3765366.
Yep.
And I hope my phone isn't flooded with marriage calls.
Hey.
You know.
Well, you've been advertising.
I've been advertising. But, guys, you know, so far so good. So feel free to give me a call.
Yes, definitely. Mr. Leinster Campbell, thanks a lot for passing through on the street.
And thank you for having me.
FM. Yes, sure.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Here at Len Capital Certificates, we provide opportunities for your money to make money. We all know saving is important, but saving alone won't get you to your financial goals. And let's face it, the bank doesn't have your best interest in mind. So this is your wake-up call. Do you have $1 million saved? Then contact us today. Spots Unlimited. Call 324-LENN. That's 324-LENN.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live.
Well, I want to see everybody mad in the face. Oh gosh, jump up now. 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 Oh gosh, jump up, jump up. Jump up, jump up. Jump up, jump up. Jump up now. I will. Fed up. I'm not seeing all my people them jumping up. Jumping up. You should be real. Fed up. If all your friends and them, they just standing up. Well. Like all you want to go back inside.
All right, TNT. I'm now going to carry you back to the third sitting of the Senate, Part 1, third session.
As somebody mentioned, it was not just a blue or white collar crime, but I think we need to still give teeth to the procurement legislation. Health. I want to just touch on health. Now, we are privileged in this country to get free health care. This is something that other countries, United States, you find citizens, they are crying out for this. So we have to know there are good things that are happening here. And the thing I want to get through there is we have a free health service, but there is improvement. There will always be need for improvement. And recently, when Tobago had advertised for persons to come in for cataract surgery, my phone was going off. People asking me, how could we go to Tobago to do this free cataract surgery, which some organization was coming to Tobago to do. So there is improvements that, that we have to get improvements in prostate surgery, chronic waiting list surgeries, people with hernias, people with cataracts. These are things we have to now start working on. We have to get something else that we could do. Round the clock operating theaters. Why have doctors scattered San Fernando, Port of Spain, and Sandy Grande, and different hospitals in Arima, put all in one unit in Mount Hope and say, look, this surgical list, let's bring everybody from Trinidad to come in here, and we can clear up the cataracts, we can clear up the hernias, we can clear up hysterectomies with people with fibroids. These are things that I think we have to work towards. I also would like to mention that I think knowing that we might be in for a mental health crisis, the government has both a moral and a fiscal obligation to use our tax dollars to avert this. The finances of the country and the people's are the people's money, and the government of the day were elected to manage those funds on behalf of the population. So I think we have to allocate more money to the mental health section, and a responsible government has to manage the economy, reduce national debt, increase savings, stimulate the economy without causing undue hardships to its people, and attempt to improve the quality of life. So I think the government, with some of its social programs, has attempted to meet this. And this balancing act can sometimes prove challenging to the best economic pundits in the Ministry of Finance. And the biggest criticism of this budget was the increase in the pump, and we all know we all will be affected. It will trickle down. But you see, the thing is, there are those who will feel the impact of the budget more than others. It depends on where they stand financially and their present income. Those at the lower end of the financial ladder will be the hardest hit, especially with the increase in goods and services, as well as thousands who may not have had an increase in their pay package for years, yet have to face the ever-growing cost of living. Finally, the unemployed, who also have to eat, to send children to school, to take transportation, they will be most affected. Our social network has to reach out to these individuals. Some persons are on the brink of starvation, regrettably. We were such an oil-rich country, and we have this reality facing in. And we may miss these people in remote areas. So we need social workers to link with counselors in each area to go into these areas, remote areas. And we need, again, the trust has to be to more mental health officers. So we work with the counselors who know the terrain. We go into these areas and we reach out for those people. Do they need help? Do they need food? Do they need mental sort of psychotherapy? So we did good things in health. We have a vaccination program that we should be proud of, and I'm hoping we could continue it. Because right now in the United States, there's a problem with polio. We have had polio vaccines for years. Our immunization program is excellent, and it's something we have to be proud of. When I look at tourism and arts, I think there's something good in the budget where the IT upgrade is something good. We could link up to persons all over coming into the country now. That is excellent that we are getting a hotel upgrade. I saw our indigenous member of Parliament and Senate mention an Amerindian village that is being set up. This could be a tourist attraction. I went to a Mayan village in Mexico. I also mentioned in a past budget we should have a Spanish village where the population that is in here, the immigrant population. So when tourists come, you can go into that village, you get Spanish food, now you go into the Amerindian village. All these are things we have to look forward. Education, depression testing, online testing, student support services need to step up a bit. And I also say, looking at the elderly, this budget was criticized by TAP, where they said certain persons were not, they were disappointed that certain benefits were taken from individuals not allowed to travel as freely as before. So this was one group which criticized the budget. But I'm saying the elderly is something that we have to look at very carefully. And politicians have to realize soon the elderly population will be 30% of the population. That is an excellent voting bloc. So if voting bloc motivates you, treat your elderly good. Right? There were plans to have Tai Chi in community centers, pick them up in our mobile units, carry them in the beach. It helps their memory. Continue that. There were plans, and I even recommended we raise your retirement age to 65 years ago, where you do not keep them on that post, move them parallel so the young persons could move up. In St. Anne's Hospital, we did that. I also want the National Housing Authority to think about giving areas designated as elderly homes. In the United States, there are elderly homes where you can go, elderly areas where you go, you could pay your money. Your relatives now have to be looking for little hole-in-the-wall places in different residents. We don't know the quality of these homes, how it's inspected, but relatives are campaign calling me, where should I put mommy, where should I put daddy? How can I recommend homes that I don't know the quality? I know there's a body has to check them. If we can have the National Housing Authority authority build areas as what we call old age areas where people could come in, you pay and you put your parent there, but there's pool therapy, there's the therapy for mental stimulation and activities. We need homes like that scattered to the country, and probably in another budget we may have to think, let's let that get going. There's a need for that. Public service. I heard the Minister of Public Administration mention the public service is not geared for actually getting us in that productive level, but it's there, so we have to work with it. And I was disappointed when I heard the Prime Minister mention that work from home may not be on the cards, but we have to realize that this option for even weekend work from home, scattered working hours, this is the thing for the future. This is things that will help individuals. It'll help against traveling, wasting your fuel, help against pollution, because the exhaust from these things are cancer causing, so it'll help that too. It will also help against the traffic that people have to face. I know the Minister of Public Administration mentioned the fact that there's a lot of other parameters which we have to check, and I agree with her, but I'm thinking we can get it done because in the private sector they are doing done, and she came from the private sector, so we know she has the ability to do it. So I'm something in the future where you can have those persons from the public service also being able to work from home. Why I mentioned this also is the fact that traveling in traffic, it's a major problem. Traveling in traffic is something that we have to realize that it causes problems. There are medical journals out there which also mention that it increases the risk of getting diabetes, it increases the risk of stroke, it increases the risk traveling in traffic, and they actually give figures. And those figures are remarkable. But if we use that, we would realize is if we can prevent people from traveling due to work at home arrangements, it may be beneficial in the long run for the country. And I say that because I would quote the figures if I am allowed time, but we have to appreciate the fact that our diabetic status here is around 14% of our population, and diabetes gives us a great medical burden in the sense that a study done shows about $85 million per year to treat hospitalized diabetic foot complications, amputations, etc. That can be saved, not just by the Minister of Health removing soft drinks from schools, not by just education, but by the fact that if traffic could contribute to this, 85 million, and that's not looking at eye problems and whatnot. This was a 2014 study done by Professor Virginia Rangsing and by Dr. Kawich. Cost has gone up. So this is something that we have to realize. This figure is underestimated. I want to say that the fact that I was a bit disappointed here yesterday when I heard, well, I was home, I was not well, but I heard what went on between the two speakers talking about RAM and the activities, and I just had to say RAM when I was home, but the whole idea was the fact that two Hindu female senators were arguing about this. And the problem is not what went on here. The problem is the bigger picture. They were arguing, it came to the list of attorneys that were hired by the Attorney General. And we have seen this talk over and over again, that attorney is not this Attorney General, the other Attorney General. So we have always had a tit for tat from both sides saying this Attorney General hired his friends, that one hired his friends, and X, and we get that. And to the public out there, it seems that some attorneys may be considered parasites of the state. And I don't want this noble profession to have that, certain members, if they are hired by the state because of their acumen, that they are not labeled like this. So I'm suggesting, why can't we have an independent body, an independent service body, procure out the services of attorneys so this talk wouldn't come up again, it wouldn't embarrass the attorneys involved, and it wouldn't put the Attorney General under any sort of scrutiny where he has to be defending all these things. So I think, again, what I may say, Mr. Vice President, poverty is something that we have to look at. United Nations has designated October 17th as the International Day of the Eradication of Poverty. But I'm saying this budget will produce more poor persons. And Father Joseph Weneski, who championed this day, said whenever men and women are condemned to live in extreme poverty, human rights are violated. To come together to ensure these rights be respected is our solemn duty. So my solemn duty is to see somehow as if I can support the social service in this budget, to support our citizens. I think it is a duty of the more fortunate ones to come together. Things may get worse. Things will get worse because oil wouldn't be up all the time. And our increased revenue from property tax, gambling industry, our growing export market, we don't know if it will be able to support a lifestyle that is already difficult. It may get worse. So we may have to consider, and I support a wealth tax to the top 1%. Just as how in the UK it is now being proposed that those fortunes above a certain figure, that you take that wealth tax to help the economy. The cost of recovery cannot fall on the young or those with lower incomes. As the cost of living crisis deepens and hits even the UK poorest households, you find the combined fortunes of the ones at the top with the greatest money may help. And this is not something new, because you see, we have seen in the United States, which is the capitalist center of the world, we have seen Bernie Sanders, and I think there was another Warren also in the Democratic Party proposing this. So this is not something new, but it's something we may have to look at. We have to look also now that if I'm saying that we have to give more social service, more social grants, more, what do? We putting out this dole to people. But I'm suggesting that we have a situation where we give some sort of grants to people who do not have their jobs, but let them give a community service. There are persons out there who may be able to work, attach a community service to any social welfare we're given. So it's not just taxpayers' money going there. Let us say you want to clean up the beach, you send a vehicle for them, you give them lunch from the food box, you said, come you guys, we are carrying you there, let's go and clean up this community, let's go and do something, let's go and cut some grass. Those who can do it with social welfare, who are healthy and fit. So we have to now try to think out of the box and say social welfare with a community service attached to it. We also need to mention that, some persons apply for social welfare, and the Minister of Social and Family Services must be thanked for trying to weed out the culture of corruption that exists.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world, the Street 919FM.com. views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
GSC report 2020 on human rights, equity, and diversity questioned how the St. Vincent de Paul actually handles their allocations. I also would like to make mention that with property tax. Mr. Vice President, 2018 I mentioned those homes that are being flooded out, you shouldn't let them pay property tax. 2018 I posed a question here. I also said that persons who are bringing in flood damages flood relief damages, equipment like pumps and barriers, don't tax them, let it come in free. I also suggested that persons who have their land covered by a quarter of greenery, be it on the roof or whatnot, let them have a reduced property tax, because they will be now contributing to the less carbon in the atmosphere, and we will be giving them an incentive to plant trees, plant lawn, plant something on the roof, etc. So this is something. But I also want to suggest those persons who are paying mortgages, those young individuals, don't give them property tax until the property is in their names. Some of them might abuse it, but most of them may not be able to afford it. So this is something we have to look at. Mentioning on property taxes also, I mentioned flooding. So in my area where I live in Real Spring, we have flooding. We have the MP for the area made mention and begged the Minister of Works to please consider giving us a retention ponds, giving us sluice gate, because Nuge, which is now being occupied by the government, allocating persons there, if more persons occupy there, this whole area will be flooded. Real Spring, where I live, was totally flooded out. People were trapped for 4 days in that flood, 4 feet of water. There's an old age home there. Persons couldn't come out in case of emergency. And sometimes they neglect, maybe you find a neglect sometimes, maybe the grass trucks not picking up the cottage and any sort of debris they get from the road. They put it on the side of the road, and it still after a while, a week or two, that washes back in the drain. So that to me is a sort of a neglect by certain people in the corporations. But I'm thinking we may have to pick them up on social media. Community development, I think each community could try to feed itself with grow boxes, hydroponics, get the community together. But we need, again, army personnel to be attached to these community centers. We need places of safety. But to get those places of safety, I wouldn't go in my community center if I think that I will be robbed or my car will be broken into. Fix army personnel there. 2 army personnel all over. Even the lovely lookout we have in Paramin have a presence there all the time. So you can park your car and you will feel safe. Excellent initiatives, but crime will be catching us. Crime is catching us. I also heard that it made mention that, we would be getting $12 million. $12 million would be saved in rent by the Ministry of Health head office being built. Mr. Vice President, the traffic and the congestion and for people to come to Port of Spain, that should have been decentralized. That should have been somewhere. Even Mount Hope Complex has land. You could have put up that headquarters. So sometimes, yes, we save one way, but on the other way, we are creating a greater degree of problems. You remember, since I was a teenager, we heard that we could no longer rely on oil and gas to fill our coffers. We need to diversify. Successive governments attempted to put things in place. Downstream industries, Point Lisas, mega farms and carnage, UTT to build in our human capital, and after all the billions of dollars which has passed through our twin island, we still have the yoke of going there around our necks. Thankfully, the Minister of Finance has tried to pull up that hole, and we are getting there. We are getting there, and I have to thank him for some of the measures he's using. So again, we have put money into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, which I'm pleased. Now, I remember when the Prime Minister, Ian Robinson, then was in power, he had to take unpopular stringent measures to rescue our country. And it was during this period we saw the advent of Dr. Keith Rowley and our Minister of Finance in Parliament. And the then PNM members in opposition criticized some of the Robinson's tough economic decisions. Now today they are faced with making the same tough decisions. So it's ironic after all these years, another Tobagonian is once again faced with making harsh economic decisions to keep our state afloat. Some good points from the budget. I love that. The housing and village improvement. There were angry reports from the taxi and TAP, but there were satisfied reports from the Energy Chamber, the TT Chambers, the Sour Business Association, the petroleum dealers. So, to be fair to the Minister of Finance, the writing was already on the wall that some tough decisions were going to be made, and the indicators was very clear that one would have to be very naive not to expect this. Overall, the budget was filled with optimism and laid out plans in each sector. So the plans were there, but we need the realization of those plans, because I've heard plans before that I've heard today, and I've not seen it acted out. So somehow we may have to see the challenge really for government is to get their plans activated and not just something in paper that people may hear rehashed some time ago. We remember the PM Manning's 2020 plan did not materialize. His goal of having a financial center here was excellent. And now we had revamped. We had now decided let's go to a 2030 plan. Again, we have to keep pushing at it. We have to keep different administrations to have the same goal. And the government diversification policy still tied a bit to the energy sector. We can't help it with future projects like methanol to polyolefins project, the aluminum ingot processing, and the alternative marine fuel project. So we still have to time. We can't just diss what we have, even though we are now in a sort of a position where we are pushing a green environment, but we still have to depend. But that is the reality of it. In fact, the present war in Ukraine showed us that a lot of the European countries who were beating their chests, like Germany, and saying we are a green person, we have a green party, they were highly dependent on oil. It was a big fast. They were highly dependent on oil from Russia. And in fact, this increase in this increase that we are getting from the oil and gas, and this buffer to our budget, this sort of, it's really to be not really the activity. We can't just thank the Prime Minister for that or the Minister of Finance. We have to thank the Russian President Putin for this, because he instituted a war which led indirectly to our having this increase in our fuel subsidies and whatnot, on our fuel output and export and prices. So we have to thank him more than our local persons. And I wonder, if it was not for the war, where would we have been?
Senator, you have just under 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to say that we have to get things going. I see small business and exports stimulated, and actually I think that we are doing good in that thanks to the Minister of Trade. And I just want to say the Minister of Works and Transport might consider putting some bike racks downstairs for some of his colleagues who may decide they want to ride to work. And I hope I don't see less macaroni downstairs now. So I'm just joking. But as I say, we all need to try to see how we are going. Are we failing as a nation? No, because UK, USA, China, all facing the same sort of problems with inflation, and all have taken similar policies in their recovery efforts. I'm saying that I want to make a plug also for the elderly persons. If we, just as how we have OGTs, we have somebody called a retired trainer that we could put an elderly person to go and work in a place where they can retrain the young persons where they want to work. This is a field like the OGT. We could bring out those persons. As I mentioned, it's a good voting block. We need translators for our clinics because we're seeing more Spanish individuals, and I don't know Spanish as such. We need to develop infertility treatments at our hospital. Costly, yes, but we are now saying we don't have young people. There's a lot of persons out there who are are distressed, they cannot have children. So we have to consider that. We will, for our increase our young population, we have to get lodgings for patients coming in Tobago for treatment here, free lodgings. And I think we should centralize medical service. I want to say that all in all, I think that we have come a good way. And I'm saying that even though decentralization would have...
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
We have seen improvement.
You've got bills to pay. And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Not get...
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
Make today a lucky day with KFC Lucky 7 buckets. Savings never taste so good. KFC in your neighborhood. 7 pieces are delicious. Mouth-watering chicken. 5 regular size for $1.17. Now that's savings. KFC Lucky 7 buckets. 7 buckets. We're lucky with KFC.
Happy to save with a KFC Lucky 7 bucket for only $117.
We're lucky with KFC.
Mud and Great Vet Weekend present Mud is Life! Mud is Life. Tobago, are you ready for mud and mud? Mud and more mud. Everything is mud. Mud is life. Mud mass in many life-giving colors. Mud is life. Come alive. Join the vibes. This is the first official Tobago Juve. Let us open the carnival with the biggest, dirtiest, most beautiful mud mass in history. Mud is life. Saturday, 29th October, 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. Crown Point, Tobago. Everything is mud. Mud and mud. Mud and more mud. Mud is life. Come down.
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your event celebrity cast. Starring Showin Winchester, Kamanabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan Swabi, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kimmy Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
Police, good day. Officer Best Price here. Johnny Q Auto Parts Division? Yes, sir. I'm here to investigate an assault on batteries. Excuse me, sir? Is it true? You have batteries selling for $488?
Yes. Power Master, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries.
So I can buy a battery for $488?
Yes, sir. For cars, trucks, and boats. Backed and distributed by Massey Automotive.
Which part?
Right here at Johnny Q Hardware and Auto Parts Division, 15 Arrowbita Avenue, Woodbrook. And our new Johnny Q Superstore, located at Lowlands Mall off Claude Noel Highway in Tobago. You could call 63 Tools.
All right. Thanks, boss. Nah, man. Ronnie,
do you have $488 to lend, man?
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port Spain, Trinidad, Maraval Road, 91.9.
Our services start from, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a T-I-M-E time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.9 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Carnival Ride Weekend.
It's all about the fastest growing reggae show in the land without a doubt. Right here on the street 919 FM. Each and every Sunday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. with yours truly, MC Duke, alongside Selector Kochi. So make it a date and don't be late. Rock and come in, so line up, link up, creep up. You don't know reggae rock each and every Sunday. Salute God Amari, King Selassie.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Cool pots, I may say, but yeah, they are solar cookers now. So if you're on it, you could get a solar cooker just cost the same as a solar pot. So we now need to move to another stage. We now need to move to the other stage. We now need to realize that we all need to move together as individuals to help our country. And I have to thank the government for the $210 million that was given out to the 20,000 health workers, heroes into this field. I have to thank them for the apprenticeship allowance that would now help the young people. And a lot of the things given to young people, it sounds good in paper, but we want to actualize it. YTEP sound good, MyLAT sound good. Right now, the Homestead program sounds good. The Ministry of Youth has something going. But you see, we still will be missing youth who do not come to those programs. And I think what we have to do, the young persons who are not coming to these programs and are on the streets, we have to have a mandatory way where we legislate against idle youth. We take you and we put you in not a youth, like a youth camp. Because if we leave those children there, they may not come forward. So I thank you, Mr. Vice President. I thank you also, Minister of Finance, for giving us this budget and giving some people hope. But we need to work together as a population. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2022-2023. I must start by congratulating the Minister of Finance for presenting yet another successful Budget 2023, tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. Mr. Vice President, before I respond to some points and some comments, good comments, Senator Dial Singh, I will respond particularly with regards to the elderly a bit later. Every additional dollar that is placed in the pockets of the poor and vulnerable by the government of Trinidad and Tobago deserves to be applauded. 175,000 persons who currently receive public assistance, senior citizens pension, disability and food support grants will receive an additional 1,000 one-off transport grant. And this is a good measure because it is a measure for seniors 60 and over who are already receiving free transportation on our PTSC buses. And that is covered by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And for the fiscal year, we have spent $5.5 million at PTSC for persons to travel on the bus free of charge. On the 1st of January 2023, and I want to emphasize, every citizen whose take-home salary is $7,500 will be exempt from income tax. And this is an additional money in their pockets. So, Mr. Vice President, 300,000 persons will be taking home more money to support their families. This, too, must be applauded. Mr. Vice President, you are well aware that almost every country has a social protection system that secures and protects those who either temporarily or permanently are unable to help themselves. And this is very important to maintain a stable and cohesive society. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services plays a leading role in protecting and supporting the vulnerable and marginalized in our midst, including women, children, widows, persons with disabilities, the elderly, the poor and indigent, the socially displaced, ex-prisoners, deportees, and persons living with HIV/AIDS. We work with other stakeholders to ensure that they receive the help that is necessary. So helping, empowering, and transforming lives is at the center of what we do on a daily basis. Everything we do, we work to establish and secure families in Trinidad and Tobago. The family is considered the bedrock of society, and it is through the family primary socialization occurs. Individuals learn about basic values such as love, honesty, forgiveness, etc. According to Jim Bonin, a former American politician, and I quote, "A loving family provides the foundations children need to succeed," end of quote. Mr. Vice President, families contribute to the raising of law-abiding individuals who invest in the development of our country. The truth is, there are many families who encounter challenges on a daily basis, and as a result, the social fabric of society has been affected by crime, gender-based violence, child abuse, homelessness, elder abuse, drug addiction, suicide or attempted suicide, and so many other social issues. And families who experience challenges need to be supported to heal, be empowered, and redirected on a path that will result in positive outcomes. It is in this recognition that the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services continues to implement several measures to support poor and vulnerable families in this country. Vision 2030 tells us that our citizens, and in particular our families, are central to our development as a country, and in fact are our greatest assets. As a result, we are seeking to create a society in which all the basic needs are met, and each individual, each family is valued and given the opportunity to contribute to its community. Mr. Vice President, it is for this reason that the government made an investment of approximately $40 billion on the core grants offered by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to assist the members of poor and vulnerable families over the past 7 years. These core grants are the Public Assistance, Senior Citizens Pension, Disability Assistance Grant for adults and minors, and food support. And despite the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, these core grants remained a stable source of income for many families. And I will now provide information on each grant and the investment that the government has made to ensure family members receive the financial support to meet their basic needs. The public assistance grant is provided to meet the needs of persons where the household income is deemed inadequate. As of September the 23rd, 16,993 persons are beneficiaries of this grant, and some of them include persons who cannot actively participate in the labor force due to health issues, needy children whose father, mother, or both parents are dead, incarcerated, disabled, and unable to work, or has deserted the family and cannot be found. And when we look at the categories of persons who receive assistance under this grant, we must all acknowledge that the money they receive from the state help them to meet the basic needs of their household. And the total expenditure on this grant as of September the 23rd, 2022 was $373,605,000. And for the past 7-year period, the government spent $3,240,983,155 on the public assistance grant. We move to the senior citizens pension. And as of the 23rd of September, the senior citizens pension is provided to 108,613 senior citizens aged 65 years and over. And the aim of this grant is to provide financial assistance to persons aged 65 and over who meet the qualifying criteria for the grant. Most of these senior citizens live with their families and contribute to the expenses of the household. 4,316,675,000 was spent on the senior citizens pension as of September the 23rd, 2022. And this adds up to, over the past 7 years, $30 billion over the last 7 years. So I want to move, as I am talking about the senior citizens pension. Senator Diyal Singh spoke about the fact that he felt that we could do much more for senior citizens. I want to outline some of the areas on what we have been doing for senior citizens. One, the continuum of care. There is a continuum of care program for elderly persons who have nowhere to go, and the government pays for these persons in elderly homes. We have had to decant persons from the hospital, elderly persons from the hospital. Some of those persons, Madam President, some of those persons, their family abandoned them in the hospital. And these elderly persons, we have had to take them in. We also established an information help hotline for the elderly. And this is so that the public, it's called OPIC, that the public can now call in, and if they have any concerns about the elderly or geriatric care, they can call in, and they can also report elderly abuse. We have conducted grandparenting workshop, and we have launched a grandparents program, and this is also for the elderly. There's also some other areas that we have been working on with regards to, and of course we have over 108,000 senior citizens in receipt of pension. We also would like to say that we inspect the elderly homes together with the Ministry of Health. There's an inspection which takes place at elderly homes. We also have elderly homes that we support, that we give subvention, and we also inspect those homes to ensure that they are compliant. We also have senior activity centers that we operate with regards to in various areas. I believe we have had about 6 or 7 operational, and this was closed because of of COVID-19, and we hope to resume those senior activity centers. We have the centenarian program that was established, and that program was established for persons 100 years and over. We have partnered with not only the private sector, but we have also partnered with state agencies, NAMDEFCO, and Kiss Baking Company, and I think the other company is Ultra Farm, and therefore we have been seeing about our centenarians, where the Ministry of Health, they are part of the program, is to visit the elderly at the homes once you are 100 and over. So, Mr. Diyal Singh, I want to tell you that we continue to do a lot for the elderly, and there are more programs that we have on stream. I just want to refer immediately to a situation. There is a viral video at this point, and the narrator is Mr. Philip Alexander, and he refers to a situation at a home in Diego Martin, St. Finbar's home. I saw that video this morning, and I just want to say that in response to that video, he also stated that it's because the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services withdrew our subvention to St. Vincent de Paul that the home is in a state. I would like Mr. Philip Alexander to please, get, Madam President, sometimes we need to get our facts before we talk, because many times we just go on social media, we go in the media, even come in this house, and talk without getting facts, and I think people need to get their facts. In response to this social media post about the Finbar Ryan geriatric home, the ministry, that is a privately owned home. The Ministry of Social Development has no dealings with that home. It is a privately owned home. It is not subvented by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I believe the home probably falls under St. Vincent de Paul, which is an NGO under the purview of the Catholic Church. The relationship between the Ministry of Social Development and the St. Vincent de Paul Society existed since 1991 through the management of the Center for Socially Displaced Persons, which was located at number 1 Council Street, Port of Spain, better known as the Riverside Car Park. And this agreement came to an end in August 2022, which had nothing to do with any home, the Finbar Ryan home. So I just want to make that very clear. The point is that this followed this, and the closure of this home for persons who are socially displaced follows the fact that that facility was supposed to be a temporary one when it was opened in 1991. And Mr. Diyal Singh, I want to tell you that it cannot be retrofitted because that was a car park. It was a place that was unsuitable for humans to be in for that long space. That's a number of years, that's since 1991. Therefore, we had to close it. We also had some accountability issues which you mentioned, which was in the Auditor General report, and therefore we felt that it was time to move the persons out of that situation because it was unsuitable. It was all about caring for persons who live on the street. I also want to say that they were not thrown out on the street. We engaged each of them, and some were placed in a community care program. Some was placed in training, vision and mission training. Others were taken for drug rehabilitation. Some reconnected with their families. Others got rental assistance because they decided that they will rent, and we supported them for 3 months with their rent. There were others who, as a matter of fact, 2 persons were ill, so we took them to the hospital. So 2 are currently hospitalized. I also want to say a few declined placement, and out of those, many of them were gainfully employed and were not even supposed to be in that home in the first place. Others had alternative living arrangement and was using the facility as a hostel, so therefore they were also getting free meals and accommodation. And that was not supposed to be part of the agreement. So I want to make that clear because I heard Senator Diyal Singh also spoke about that Center for displaced persons, and I just wanted to clarify that we did not put them out on the street. We accommodated every one of them. There are those who decided they wanted to stay on the street, and they were coaxed by the persons from a socially displaced unit. Some family members, some went with family members, others we placed in training, some we placed in homes, some went into elderly homes, and therefore we are now looking after them to ensure that everything is okay. So I move on from there, and I want to speak about our Senior Citizens Grant, and I mentioned how much money we have been spending on the Senior Citizens Grant. I move on to our Disability Assistance Grants. The beneficiaries of these grants are individuals 18 to 64 years of age who are unable to work due to a disability and have been certified by a government medical officer. And I want to say that we recently found someone who had been working at the THA for 20-something years and had been on disability grant, but yet also have been working, permanently employed, and yet on disability. Now, you are supposed to be certified disabled by a doctor. So therefore, I don't understand how come that individual, and we may have many other persons, because in our review, Madam President, in reviewing our grants, we have been discovering so much. The majority of the individuals who we on this disability grant, they live with families, and the adults with disabilities access this grant at an expenditure of $636 million. So we have 22,055 persons, adults, on disability grants. We also have the disability assistance grants minors, and this is for persons 18 years and under. And this disability grant is provided to another category of family, children who are under 18. A total of 2,956 children receive disability grant as of September the 23rd, 2022. The total expenditure on this grant was $4,670,750. So, over $4.4 billion has been the overall total spent on the disability grants for adults and minors over the past 7 years. Madam President, the public assistance, the senior citizens pension, disability grants for adults and minors are not the only type of support that is provided to poor and vulnerable families in Trinidad and Tobago. I would also like to speak about the food support program. And this provides short-term food assistance to help with meeting nutritional needs of thousands of families in the program. Many families are happy to have their food cards topped up by the government monthly because it helps to put food on their tables. And this measure acts as a buffer for 20,069 households in receipt of food support grant as of September the 23rd, 2023. So on food support alone, the government spent $181,539,521 as of September the 23rd, 2022. So overall, $1,628,483,925 was spent in the last 7 years to ensure that the poor and vulnerable families are provided with financial relief for food support. I move to our urgent temporary assistance. Families that are in need of special dietary support, help with funeral expenses, replacement of household items that may have been destroyed during a natural disaster such as flood or fire, medical equipment and rental assistance regularly access the range of grants under our urgent temporary assistance. And up to September the 23rd, 3,087 persons benefited from this grant at a cost of $35,900,000. And the total expenditure over the past 7 years and 9 months is over $320,438,932. And I want to say that flood relief alone amounted to over $4 million for the year. Madam President, the investments by the government on a monthly basis to consistently sustain these grants is a manifestation of our commitment to building resilient families and, of course, building a stronger Trinidad and Tobago. And then I heard that Senator Jolene John made a comment about someone saying that the budget is a mediocre budget for the rich. Well, all this money I'm talking about here, I don't know how come this is for the rich, because we are dealing with the vulnerable. I move on. There's still more expenditure. Our National Social Development Program, which is an initiative to ensure that the vulnerable persons have access to house wiring, minor house repairs, and sanitary plumbing. And these grants are administered by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. So, Madam President, the support families receive through this grant enhance their standard of living and help to protect them from the elements and from disease. As of September the 23rd, 2022, $1,050,359 has been spent on 58 minor house repair assistance grants. $149,726.44 on 15 sanitary plumbing assistance grants. $336,804.73 was spent on the 27 house wiring assistance grants. And more money again for the vulnerable. SEED, Sowing Empowerment Through Entrepreneurial. The Ministry Sowing Empowerment Through Entrepreneurial Development, which we call SEED, provides training as well as funding to vulnerable persons who wish to purchase equipment to start a small or micro business or expand an existing one and transition it from the informal sector to the formal mainstream economy. So therefore, if this is for persons who may not have the collateral to show to go to a bank or to go to a financial institution or so on, they can access this grant through the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, because the ministry recognizes that they may not be able to get a startup loan to start their business. As a result, the SEED grant is provided. Madam President, the ministry acknowledges that starting a micro or small enterprise business is one way families are able to support the monthly expenditure for their households and gradually come off of social welfare grants. Because you see, the whole point about social welfare is not just about people getting grant or going on grant, but it's also how do we take them off? How do we move them from a sense of dependence to independence? And this SEED program, which is one of our step-up programs, this is one of the programs that will do just that. We have, as of September the 23rd, 2022, we have spent $1,411,153. This was the investment, and 334 applicants benefited from this SEED grant funding. So the overall investment for the past 7 years was $59,300,000. So, Madam President, the increase in the level of support provided to targeted families resulted in $5,539,096,918 for the fiscal year 2021-2022 being spent on grants. I repeat, the total spend on grants for the last fiscal year is $5,539,096,918 for the fiscal year spent on grants on vulnerable families. Madam President, the Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline. Now, this is something that we have heard that there has been some increase in persons with having some mental issues and so on, which Senator Dialsing also spoke about. We will soon be launching our 24-hour suicide prevention and crisis hotline. This hotline will be launched at the end of this year. It is a new initiative of the government and of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and it will add to our arsenal of support and protection of families. The service will provide prevention, rehabilitative, and support interventions to address issues pertaining to suicide, gender-based violence, and other crises persons may encounter and require intervention for. So to date, the facility has been identified, refurbished, outfitted. The active listeners will be provided with training prior to the 24-hour service being launched. Citizens can be assured that they will be serviced by well-trained and competitive active listeners. We also want to speak to the persons of ARIMA to let them know that we will soon be opening an office in ARIMA. We are actually looking for a venue, but we recognize that the Tunapuna Board office, there's a need for some expansion. We hear you. We understand that the people of ARIMA have been asking for an office, and therefore we are actively pursuing this. Madam President, as we move forward diligently and with the determination to alleviate poverty and so ultimately transform the lives of our families, we have come to the sad realization that for some of our people, stealing from the poor is a reasonable and satisfactory occupation. It is never really a good time to talk about this, but I need to, because it is not okay to steal from the poor. And I have been personally distressed by the level of systemic fraud in the administration of our social welfare programs.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the Street, 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents on board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Carnival Ride Weekend.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival fever. Book your passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago. Where the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its carnival, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the Street, 919 FM.
This is the voice of Tuesday, Seventh-day Adventist. We are preaching Emergency Alert broadcast, which is from the Tuesday Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will be featuring voices of brethren from different parts of the world, preaching the gospel, preaching prophecy as it relates to current events and the ending of the world. Listen to us on 91.9 FM every Sunday from 9:05 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Sundays. May God bless you as you learn the truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marvel Road, 91.9. Our services start from, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a TRME time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.9 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street, 919 FM.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282. or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
And both members of the public and some public officers may be complicit. And in order to ensure that help gets to where it is most needed, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has been pursuing a vigorous fraud and corruption prevention strategy. The Investigation and Compliance Unit is collaborating closely with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service on these matters, and they have been engaging whistleblowers who have come forward to support the move to root out corruption and fraud from these programs. Madam President, corrupt actors will always look for ways to assault the public purse. And we know that there are no quick wins in the fight against systemic corruption. What is required is a strengthening of our internal controls in order to increase accountability, transparency, and increase checks and balances in order to root out the corruption. And part of our digitalization effort, this is what is going to help us as we firm up and tighten our internal controls. So for too long, Madam President, corruption has been the elephant in the room in the social protection system of this country, and we are now tackling it head on. As I mentioned in the other place, we have identified some ministries' employees as suspects of corrupt practices. Further, I indicated that whistleblowers have come forward, and some Ministry of Social Development and Family Services employees who were identified as part of the corrupt practices were terminated from the public service, having been found guilty of misconduct. Several others are being investigated by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam President, the Investigation and Compliance Unit has exposed fault lines within the ministry that we did not know existed. And some of the revelations are like an earthquake and shake the very core of decency and integrity we expect of public servants. The Food Support Program, which forms a crucial part of the social protection system operated under the ministry, has been plagued by fraud from within and without. And this program seeks to reduce the incidence of poverty by addressing food insecurity using a cash transfer in the form of a card or a check. In September 2021, the ministry conducted a sample survey and evaluation of the program and the beneficiaries, and the findings revealed several irregularities within the food support program, including the following. There were persons on the food support program who were now gainfully employed and never reported their change of status to the ministry or indicated that they no longer required the support. There were food support clients who were also in receipt of other core grants which already contained a food component. There were clients assigned to community care facilities where the ministry met the full cost of their upkeep, including all meals, who were also receiving food support. There were clients we had in elderly homes that we were paying for their upkeep and were still receiving certain grants. There were clients on the food support program with balances of food cards between $2,000 and $6,000, suggesting to us that the grants is not a necessity for them because this food support is for the food poor. So then how come can we have this large accumulation of money on these food cards? Something has to be wrong. There were persons on the food support program who resided abroad. There were persons who were also using the food cards to make purchases of alcohol and cigarettes, but not food. There were persons who were utilizing the food card in exchange for cash. There were persons applying for cards and being assessed based on the need to feed their children in the household, but the children were not benefiting from the grant. There was an apparent misinterpretation and/or non-compliance with the instructions and procedures regarding the administration of the grant, and this is internal now because this would have been by the staff members. There were complaints of irregularities in the approvals process, favoritism in the application process, and irregular transactions related to food cards, and this, of course, internal. There was no assessment of the beneficiaries of food support being undertaken, even though they are required to be assessed every 2 years, and yet this was not taking place. So people have been on food cards for years. So even if their status changed, they continue to have a food card and use it. Madam President, there are other irregularities that I must mention, and I must mention one more irregularities. In August this year, the ministry discovered that 32 food cards were missing. And Madam President, I'm not sure if I want to say missing, but I want to say stolen. The food cards were reportedly left in an unlocked drawer in an officer's desk. Madam President, the Permanent Secretary was advised of this incident almost 2 weeks after it occurred, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service was called in. Parallel investigations are being undertaken with the ministry, within the ministry, as well as by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And I just want to talk about the activity on those 32 food cards. An examination of the activity reports on the 32 cards that were reported missing leave us with many questions. The report provided on the replacement cards, those were replacement cards between October 2021 to August 22. And I'll tell you about 30 of the food cards revealed There were balances being accrued for approximately 6 months, and these balances range from between $5,000 and $39,000. So we are talking about replacement food cards that were left in a drawer, were not supposed to be in use, and this is the kind of money that was found on one of the cards. As much as $39,000 was on that card. On the investigation of the accounts of the card show that during the first month of 2022, the replacement cards received continuous monthly top-ups with no spending activity. And that changed from June 2022 to August 2022 when significant top-ups were observed. It means that it is a ring. It is not just social development because these cards are also being topped up. Okay? 7 persons had large balances over $5,000 prior to their food card being updated. 6 persons had large balances under $5,000 prior to it being updated. And during the month of June, 23 clients received top-ups to their food cards twice within the month. Those same cards. 1 client received 5 top-ups within a 2-month period between June and July 2022. 5 had multiple same-day purchases from same vendors at different locations. And it was noted that on occasions, the financial data for 1 client was transposed onto another. Similar activities were noted for others in different months of the year. There were 5 instances of large same-day expenditure by clients. We're talking about food cards here, during the month of October 2021 to August 2022. And these were as follows. So, for example, in one day, someone would have spent over $5,000 on a food card. Another day, another card for over $4,009, $4,815, $4,500, $2,987. While the cards were only reported as being stolen in August, there is evidence of their continuous use since 2021. Clearly, it appears to be an inside job. It has been noted that there are vendors showing up in the reports that are not listed on the ministry's list of food support merchants. Remember, Madam President, that is a food card for food, not for furniture, not for payment of insurance policy. This is what we have to deal with. It is for the food.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. It is for the food. The food is for the poor and the most vulnerable. Incompetence must not be allowed to facilitate corruption. Corruption will flourish where there are weak internal controls, collusion, and incompetence. This stealing from the poor undermines the growth and development of our social service delivery program. In circumstances where we are already trying to do more with less, the pilferage is beyond unacceptable. And I will move on because this is very emotional for me. And I want to speak about our digitalization efforts, because of the fact that we know that with our digitalization efforts, this will help us to weed out some of what is happening in the ministry at this time, together with the assistance of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So, Madam President, someone spoke about our digitalization efforts, and I believe it was yesterday Senator Amrita Dionarine. And just want to assure her that these programs that we have in place, we are moving fast-paced. Based on what you all would have been hearing happening here, we don't have a choice. We definitely had to move forward quickly and swiftly with our digitalization efforts. We also just would like to let Senator Dial Singh know that we are in the process of creating a national register of vulnerable persons as a mechanism for improving and targeting timely response to the poor and the vulnerable. And this is on stream. This register will be a computerized database that will be used to collect, store, and process vital information on vulnerable persons on a single platform. It is expected to improve the coordination of activities within the social sector and enhance the overall efficiency of the social protection system. So therefore, we will be easily able to identify the vulnerable and be able to plan suitable programs to suit them. So we are moving forward. As I close, Madam President, I wish to thank the staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for continuing to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will continue to make significant investments in the lives of the people of this country, because we know that without a shadow of a doubt that as we persist, we will see lives empowered and transformed. We are building resilient individuals and families, building a better and stronger Trinidad and Tobago. We are building individuals and families, we are establishing standards, we are prioritizing the modernization of our policies and our programs, projects and services in an effort to enhance the quality of life. We are digitizing our systems and processes to ensure that we deliver efficient service to our clients. And we will continue to advance the work of the ministry for the benefit of the poor and indigent, the vulnerable women, the children, the widows, the persons with disabilities, the elderly, the socially displaced, ex-prisoners, deportees, and persons living with HIV/AIDS, to ensure that no one is left behind. And Madam President, I thank you and members of this House for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I also thank God, because He's the one worthy of our praise. I thank you.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world, the Street 919FM.com.